the higher state of energy. Finally, we have Aushadha, the sacred alchemy products like vibhuti, kumkum, and sandalwood paste, if applied externally, infuse prana into your system and therefore increase the energy in your system even more. Together, all those components aim to make you experience Paramashivoham. Let us now settle down and get ready to perform the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, starting off with the first asana, where you sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your index fingers and thumbs together in Bindu Mudra and place them on top of the knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mula Bandha, Uddiyana Bandha, and Jalandhara Bandha, Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space, perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and hold your breath in the stomach region as you visualize a flame being kindled in your stomach and rising up your spine. Internally chant the japa soham as you visualize it rotating around your throat. All those components form the first asana, Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana, placing the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Now join your hands together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight and engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of your body. Hold the left hand by the right behind your back and lean forward as you place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्वविधियाहो मैं जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो.
The next asana is Nagipavasana. Keep the soles of the feet together and extend your hands out in front, cupping the palms, placing them down on the ground in front of your feet as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to the tip of your nose, engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूर्व विधि पर्यागाने नीचो हो वीकहु निभनास्यौ लगाई.
The next asana is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards and then cross them into Padmasana as you lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः.
The next asana is Nityasana. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold on to the opposite elbows. Engage all three bandhas. Start rotating your arms in a circle as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. After some time, change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बाबा पाद की आशमा हिले सोजे दस चरण को बार लौता परिकल्प समोजे.
Next up is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground and lift your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again. As you visualize yourself as an elephant, perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
Next up is Vrikshasana. From the same posture, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this movement again and again as you visualize yourself as a bear. Keep engaging Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एकैकम्पादमागुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes with all other toes raised off the ground. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mula Bandha and Uddiyana Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत् अधोमुखः.
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in Adimandi position with the heels touching toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle and the knees bent. Then place both hands at the chest and the elbows parallel to the ground as you raise one knee up towards your chest and follow along with the respective hand, drawing circles with your hands and knees on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Hold on to one knee and pull it up towards your chest. Keep your spine straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुवरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Padapittanasana. Now take one foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks, holding it with both hands. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Now hold onto the sole of one foot with the respective hand as you lean forward, extending your arm with the hand in Bindu Mudra. As you kick the leg back and up while leaning down, visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg. Pull the opposite knee towards your chest. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding a baby in Balalingasana on the other side.
एकं जानुवरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now pull the other foot towards your buttocks, holding the foot with both hands. Visualize Swamiji engage all three bandhas as you repeat Padapittanasana on the other side.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, holding the other foot, leaning forward, hand in Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Chakarana. As you stand in Adimandi, heels together, toes pointing outwards, and the knees bent. Step one foot behind the other with the toes down, heel raised off the ground. Bring the respective arm to your chest and swing the other hand back and forth like a pendulum. Now uncross your feet and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization of being mere bones as you dance wildly. Next up is Katechina Karana from Arimandi position. With the heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your arms above your head, cross them, palms facing backwards, then open up your hips to one side as you open the arms wide above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now, stand tall on the tips of the toes as you raise your hands up above your head. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a palm tree.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
The next asana is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down. Bring your hands flat to the ground. Engage all three bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana. Now, place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your legs back into a plank position. Now, contract the perineal region, tuck your chin to the chest, and start rotating your head from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत् रक्श्वासनं भवति.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing back and the hands near the chest, flat on the ground. Now lift your neck and head with the strength of your lower back. Don't lift any higher than your belly button. And don't push too much with your hands. Use your lower back. Open your mouth wide in Bhujangani Mudra and inhale through the hollow of your throat. As you visualize yourself as a cobra, engage the Mula Bandha in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसेत्.
From Bhujangasana, push your body up back into the plank position and alternate, bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth, while visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Shashasana.
गजासनसंस्थितौ चारुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From the same position, step one foot in between the hands and jump your foot back as you bring the other one in between the hands again and again while visualizing yourself as a chariot.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Next up is Virabhadrasana. Now keep Sorry for the technical glitch. We're going to continue with Virabhadrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground, toes pointing forwards, knee bent at a 90-degree angle as you extend the other leg back with the knee straight, toes pointing outwards. Now raise your arms up parallel. Pull your stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Step the other foot forward, knee bend 90-degree angle, back leg straight, toes pointing outwards, arms raised up above your head parallel as you contract Uddiyana Bandha and Mudha Bandha, repeating Virabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, bring one foot to the inner thigh of the other leg as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head with the elbows straight. Visualize yourself as a tree as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Place your hands together in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on the other leg. Repeat Vrikshasana, the tree posture, on the other side. Raise your arms up above your head.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with heavy wings on your back. In Garudasana on the other side.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Next up is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg far back as you keep the front toes pointing forward and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your arms parallel to the ground and lean forward and down. One hand to the foot, the other one up to the sky. As you gaze up, visualizing yourself as a triangle. Perform the Mula Bandha in Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet and keep your arms parallel, lean forward and down, repeating Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikutaka. From Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands to the heart center, palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel down, raise the other one up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now, lower your body down onto the tips of the toes with the heels raised off the ground, placing your perineum down on the raised heels. Keep your knees off the ground, join together in front of your body as you place your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation. Perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From Angushtasana, extend one leg forward with the heel down, toes pointing up. Keep your hands at the side, palms facing forward in Vara Mudra with the fingertips just touching the ground. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, keep breathing in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next up is Vidunanasana. From Saurasana, lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra. Hold the back heel with the other hand if you can. Balance in this position. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्भस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्थित्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now lean forward and down, hold onto the big toe of the front foot and the back heel, repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
गुल्फस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संसृज्य तत्करेण
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana, with your heels and knees raised off the ground, sitting with the perineum on the heels. Create a gap between the knees and place the backs of your hands on top of the knees. Now contract the perineal region, tuck your chin down, and gaze in between the hands in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, gazing within. This mudra will lead to the ultimate knowledge if performed correctly. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep buzzing like a bee. Whenever there is no specific mudra defined in an asana, perform the Shambhavi mudra. Keep your eyes open wide and gaze within.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now place your knees onto the ground and sit on top of the raised heels with the toes tucked. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni.
उभई पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहिली कोर मिलावे.
Next up is Bhadrara Gurakasana. Now place from the same position as Kapilasana. Gaze to the next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with the toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels as you lift your knees off the ground. Bring your thumbs and little fingers together, opening up the palms, resembling a lotus flower in Padma Mudra. As you raise your arms up above your head and gaze through the hole between your palms, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space, perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. Keep your hands on top of the knees and visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Manduki Mudra, lifting your tongue up against the roof of your mouth, catching the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sasarada chakra with your frog tongue. Gaze to your third eye. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Now maintain Mandukasana position, but bring your hands behind your back, holding on to the opposite shoulders. Keep the elbows close to your head. Keep performing Manduki Mudra, visualizing yourself as a frog as you gaze to your third eye and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. Keep your knees wide and the fingers spread on top. Visualize yourself as a lion as you open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue, and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana. As you sit with your heels under the perineum with the knees open wide, cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka while performing Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakabhushandi Asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you open your knees wide. Bring your arms in and around the raised knees as you interlace your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow and perform the Mula Bandha. If you can't reach your hands behind your back, it's okay. Just push your body forward and open up your hips.
प्रथमे वैसक उगड़ ठाने दो वो हाथ पगम नीच आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now, place your palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits as you lean forward and balance on your arms, raising the feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. This is going to be our first inverted posture. So if you have any blood pressure related issues or neck or upper back injuries, please take it slow with this asana. There is progressive asanas you can perform instead, like Kanipavasana. If you need, you can get the support of a wall. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and bring the top of your head onto the ground. Form a triangle between your hands and your head. Then bring your knees onto your elbows, the hips over the shoulders, and then straighten your legs up. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
शीशी शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिली बा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parashvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to one side. Align your elbows with a knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balancing as you extend your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Exhale fully and hold your breath in Richaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha in Parashvamayurasana.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम नामकम.
Now, twist your body in the other direction. Lift your legs up, extend them to the side. Visualize yourself as a peacock as you repeat Parashvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरम दंडवत कुर्यान मायूरम दंड नामकम.
Now, place your hands shoulder width apart on the mat as you extend your legs back into Tarakshvasana and then step one foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Now step the front leg back to Tarakshvasana and step the other leg outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze up, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Repeat Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
Back to Tarakshvasana. Place your elbows and your forearms on the mat as you walk your feet forward slightly, raising your hips. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha in Unmukhapitasana.
भून्यस्तौजानुनि हसौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम.
Back to Tarakshvasana. And now rotate your body up. Raise it on one arm as you lift the other hand up towards the sky. Gaze upwards. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha in Vashishtasana.
ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमकम.
Now rotate your body to the other side. Repeat Vashishtasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकम.
The next asana is Anjani Asana. Now come to a seated posture with your legs extended in front. Place your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. As you keep breathing in Richaka Kumbhaka, perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, and internally chant the new japa Paramashivoham.
तो गर्गी उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
The next asana is Paschimottanasana. With your legs stretched out, bend from the waist and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knees, engage all three bandhas while visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
जानो परिलला दंतो पश्चिमं ताणम् उच्यते.
Next up is Ugrasana. Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your head. Lean forward and down. Bring your head to the knees by the strength of your core. As you engage all three bandhas, squeeze your body and visualize Kali in your inner space.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानो परिशिरोऽन्यसेत्.
Next up is Marichi Asana. From the same position, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised. Bring your arm outside and behind your back. Hold onto the opposite hands behind your back as you visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
From Marichi Asana, drop the knee to the ground. Keep the heel at the groin. Lean forward. Hold onto the foot with both hands. As you exhale, gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other heel to the groin with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back. Repeat Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Drop the knee down, lean forward and down, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas as you exhale fully in Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Next up is Bhadrasana too. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together in front of your body with the heels close to the perineum, hold onto the feet with both hands and keep your spine straight. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
धौतवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Kvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from the body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees open. Place your hands on the respective knees. Tuck your chin to the chest. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पूर्वचर्बड़चोककर्ख्यो सोजी वाही विधिजोगी जय सोजी.
Next up is Joni Asana. Now sit and keep the soles of the feet together with the heels close to your perineum. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen. As you gaze to the nose, hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the feet. Perform the Mula Bandha and exhale and hold your breath in Richaka Kumbhaka.
दो भगतली सुपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग दरे.
Next up is Midaki Pavasana. Now, extend your feet away from the body. Keep the heels together, toes apart, and lean forward as you place your arms down to the side, onto the mat, and your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze in the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Midaki Pavasana.
पूर्व विधि परिभगतली संपूर्ण शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
The next asana is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart, and bring your arms below the shins with the palms facing up. Now bring your forehead to the ground above the feet, bringing your toes to the throat if you can. Engage the Mula Bandha, gaze to the nose, and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
दो बगदली संपुट करे सोले मेढ आगा मेधरे.
The next asana is Chinakipavasana. Now bring the heels close to the perineum. Bring the toes apart as you hold the feet and open them up like a book. Press your elbows down onto your thighs, bringing the knees to the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगागी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ लगावे.
Now bring the soles of the feet back together as you place your hands on the knees and gently press them down. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji, and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Chadapata Chukasana.
दो बगदली संपुट धारे आगा नेकर जा रे पसारे.
Next up is Bhairavasana. With the soles of the feet firmly pressed together, raise the heels up and bring the toes down. Use the support of your hands in this intense stretch. Then place the knees on the ground, hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Bhairavasana.
गुल्भौ संबीड्य जान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
Next up is Samanasana. As you sit with one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha as you exhale fully and hold your breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Next up is Apanasana. Now bring one leg over top of the respective shoulder as you extend the other leg up and keep the hands on the ground to the sides for balance. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः.
Next up is Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel to the groin, opposite foot to the chest. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now bring the other foot over top of the shoulder, opposite leg extended up. Repeat Apanasana on the other side as you gaze to your third eye.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः.
The next asana is Gomukhasana. Now stack your knees and bring the heels to the opposite hips. As you interlace your fingers in Parasha Mudra, place them on top of the knee. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize the face of the cow, Gomukha. As you start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue up against the palate of the mouth without touching your teeth, hissing through the teeth while inhaling. Perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana. From Gomukhasana, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
From Anasuyasana, interlace your fingers behind your back in Parashu Mudra. Lean forward and down. Bring your chin over the knee, nose to the ground if you can. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीवना गोदा की संधि उपरडावा गोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground and press one heel against the perineum with the toes flat, the top of the foot on the ground, as you place the other foot flat in front with the knee raised to your chest. Keep your hands on top of the knees, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Feel the wings on your back as you perform the Mula Bandha And breathe in Sitkari Kumbhaka in Garudasana too.
Davo Bagamodi Yedi Mahilo Gulpamula Dwarni Chede.
From Garudasana 2, raise your perineum on top of the heel and place the heel of the other foot on the toes as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana.
Pishtijuam Bagadali Geri Bhuparita Hilagave Feri.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now bring one foot on top of the opposite thigh as you hold onto the shin of that leg and the big toe with a respective hand in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
Kevalam Badamekance Skandhecharopya Yatnataha.
Now slide your knees over top again with the other knee on top, repeating Gomukhasana, the cow face posture, on the other side.
Savya Dakhinagulbhamto Prishtaparshe Niyojayet.
From Gomukhasana, hold onto the feet, gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana on the other side.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावोंता के ऊपर आने.
Interlace your fingers behind your back in Parashumudra as you bring the chin over the knee, nose to the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वा गोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana 2 on the other side. Sit with the other heel pressed against the perineum, opposite knee raised, hands on the knees, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
डाबो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वारनी चैदे.
Raise your perineum on top of the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana on the other side.
पिष्टिजुवाम बगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगावे फेरी.
Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh, hold onto the shin and the big toe in Prana Mudra as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsya Pitakasana on the other side.
वामेन वावांगुष्टंतो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and place the other foot flat on the ground. If you can, place the foot over top of the knee. Twist your elbow outside of the raised knee with the hand by the neck and place the other hand on the ground behind you. As you twist your spine, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga. Keep breathing in Sitkari Kumbhaka as you perform Matsyendrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
From Matsyendrasana, extend the front arm down to the foot. Hold onto the big toe in Prana Mudra if you can. Otherwise, you can hold the shin or the foot or the ankle. Place the opposite hand to the ear and gaze back and up to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
From Kubasana, place the back hand to the ground. Keep holding onto the front foot as you twist your body even further. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं मृदण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other foot on the opposite thigh. Opposite foot fled. Twist your elbow outside of the raised knee, hand by the neck. Repeat Matsendrasana on the other side.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
Extend the front arm down to the foot. Hold onto the back ear with the other hand. As you repeat Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now repeat Matsendrasana 2 on the other side. As you place the back hand down to the ground, still holding onto the front foot, twisting your body even further, visualizing Matsendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now, place your feet on top of the opposite thighs. As you place your hands on top of the knees, engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. As you gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Press your tongue against the back of the teeth and hiss through the teeth in Sitali Kumbhaka. As you internally chant the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Maintaining Padmasana. Cross your arms in front of the body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva. Keep breathing in Sitali Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha in Padmasana too.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा उरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Kukutasana. As you sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground in between the legs. And push your body off the mat, balancing on your arms. As you visualize yourself as a rooster, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्भोरोरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Padhakikiyasana. From Padmasana, rise up onto the knees and place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing backwards. Now bring your elbows to the navel and lean forward until you can raise your legs off the ground and balance. Try to keep your spine as straight as possible as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामोष्टभ्यग्रद्वयेन तत्कोर्परि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
Next up is Mayurasana. Now extend your legs as you place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing to your body, elbows to the navel, balance on your arms as you keep the legs straight off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock with beautiful feathers. Perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now lower your body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing outwards. Interlock your fingers behind your neck in Parashumudra as you visualize yourself as a crocodile. Perform the Mula Bandha in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमाणौ.
Next up is Shalabhasana. As you lay down on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest and raise your legs up. Bring your thighs off the mat. Visualize yourself as a locust as you perform the Mula Bandha, Malabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमाष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ustrasana. As you lay down on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet and pull the feet down outside of your hips, as close to the ground as possible. Visualize yourself as a camel as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Next up is Dhanurasana. From Ustrasana, keep holding onto the feet and kick your legs back and up while lifting your chest up. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now sit on your knees with the perineum in between the heels on the ground, heels outside the hips with the toes touching behind. Place your hand on the legs, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the Mula Bandha, and internally chant the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
It's nice to see everyone gathered again today for Nityananda Yoga. Many well-known faces from the Paramashivoham also, like Bigyan Chapagain, Chan Wang, Alex Dutch, Senyang Lee, James Hull, Hugo Pavelek, Shun Chang Shang, Jay Isure. Nice to see all of you performing the yoga with us. The next asana is Gohya Asana. We are preparing for another inverted posture. So set yourself up in front of a wall. If you need any aid, if you have any upper back and or neck injuries, take it slow with this asana. From your knees, place your forearms on the ground, shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers and place your head on the ground, supported with your hands. As you walk your legs forward, raising your hips up until they align with your shoulders. And then lift the legs off the mat and pull the knees in towards your chin. Squeeze your body. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Gohi Asana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुण्य कलाई जाने दोई.
From Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Balance with your spine straight. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
The next asana is Podhyasana. Come to a seated posture with the legs out in front and get ready for an intense sequence of rapid exhalations and Bhastrika Kumbhaka, working on the abs as you forcefully exhale again and again, like the bellows of a blacksmith, inhaling only passively as the air enters your lungs naturally. We're going to perform the Bhastrika Kumbhaka throughout the next few asanas. So keep breathing rapidly. And if you want to intensify the practice, keep your legs up off the ground. Now sit with your hands behind your calves, stretch your legs up, bring your forehead to the knees, and come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha. Breathe rapidly in Bhastrika Kumbhaka and Podhyasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे कागजी ठाने.
Next up is Parikhasana. With your legs extended out and up at 45-degree angle, bring your hands behind, hold onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a maze.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य
Next up is Naukasana, with the legs extended out and up. Bring your arms parallel to the ground. If you need the support, bring your elbows down. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Rudrasana. As you sit and lift the feet up, scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet against your chest. Gaze to the nose. Breathe rapidly in Vasika Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
पगतले संपूर्ण करी हाथस्य ऊंचाई.
Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, knees raised, breathing calmly. Raise your hips off the mat as you engage the Mula Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin down to the chest and contracting it internally. As you breathe in Mudita Kumbhaka, forcefully pushing the air out while you keep Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock engaged. This leads to a state of swooning. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Unmukapitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lower your body down completely to the mat. Keep the arms flat at the side, palms facing up beside your hips. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine from Muladhara to Sahasrara with Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax, completely unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind. Visualize your body is dead, and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you internally. Chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Shivasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, elbows and the knees. Pull your knees up with your hands. Pull them close to your chest and rock your body from side to side. Slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which form the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We're now going to get ready to perform the next asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But before that, we would like to ask all the participants to please switch your cameras on and make sure you're visible so your room is properly lit. The camera is aligned in a way that we can see you. All those are security measures, so we request you to follow along. And thanks to all the participants who sincerely participate in the yoga today with us. Let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana. Now sit in a comfortable position that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Place your hands on top of the respective knees in Bindu Mudra with index and thumb together. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach and hold your breath while visualizing a flame being kindled in your stomach. Perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which is going to be the japa for the remainder of this session. Let us now perform Yathasana.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yatasamstam yathastitihi.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Have your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Take a deep breath and hold it. Then exhale just as deep and keep breathing deeply in this asana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yatasamstam yathastitihi.
Next up is Muktasana. Now, place the left foot against the genital region and the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on the knees as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Nibidya sevinim sukshmam dakshinetara gulphatah.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानसंयमितेन्द्रियो तलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the same position and gaze down towards the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Maintain the same position. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणभरदर्शन राखे एकजुगदीयसे विदिदाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose. Embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चिन्ह चलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputar Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीना सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set your sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation as you keep the same sitting posture, engage the Mula Bandha, and now let us enter the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing off all the five senses with your hands as you exhale deeply. Close the mouth with ring and little finger, the nose with the middle finger, the eyes with the index fingers, and the ears with the thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Next up is Virasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Now, place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra as you embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुनि संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. With the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organ, with the toes underneath the thigh, place the right foot on top of the left leg with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Valmiki, the great sage, poet, and author of Ramayana. Valmikasana.
डावा बगगी बगदली पुनिएड़ी है जो यम.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. As you maintain the feet in the same position, rotate your hands so the palms are flat on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself. Perform the Mula Bandha.
वाम बादगी बगदली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintaining the same position, gaze to your third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, pressing your heels to the groin, hold both feet firmly with your hands and push the knees down to the mat. As you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Aghorasana. As you keep the soles of the feet together, perineum pressed against the heels. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra, leading the tongue even higher towards your brow center in the nasal tract, if you can, in Kechari Mudra. And cover your mouth with the right hand. Close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, then close both nostrils. Hold your breath. Then exhale through the left nostril and repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्व कहो भिषिका जोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. As you bring the feet together in front, toes together, heels apart, place your elbows on the heels, rest your chin on your palms. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water as you exhale all the air from your lungs and hold the breath in Harichaka Kumbhaka. Gaze to the nose and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
ग्वाली बाबा आसन कक्षो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
The next asana is Parasana. As you sit with the knees raised, keep your arms between the thighs and calves. Interlace the fingers in Parashva Mudra as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. As you interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together, bring your toes to the groove of your throat and the heels to your chest. Place your chin on the hands, gaze to your nose, and embody the state and space of a king.
पूरव विधि बगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
The next asana is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together, insert your hands underneath the legs, hold the feet with interlocked fingers, and bring the feet up to your chest, placing your head down with the chin on the soles. Gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects in Uddarasana.
दो बगदली संपटटाने उभय हस्त करे वरदहिताने.
The next asana is Vishishtasana. As you sit with the feet together, lift them up even higher in front of your face. Bring the interlocked fingers to your forehead as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दो बगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders and bring your arms underneath the legs. As you interlace your fingers around the back of your neck, visualize yourself as a cobra and perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परम्.
The next asana is Kalyana asana. Now maintain a seated posture. Raise your legs up and bring the elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back, clasping your palms behind your back. Gaze through your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ भगवान नीचे आने, तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. As you place the top of the left foot on the ground, sit on the left heel and stick the right leg over top with the heel outside of the hip. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you start breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth, gazing in Vaishnavi Mudra, not focusing on any of the external objects, only focusing on the object within.
वामपादं चिदेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel on which you are sitting outside of the hip and place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you visualize a cow in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिः लिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandasana. Now place the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. As you twist your body, bring one arm behind your back, hold on to the opposite thighs with your hands, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
वामजंगभरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीति स आने.
From Machandasana, untwist your body, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Machandasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Maintaining your feet in the same position, engage all three bandhas, interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now bring the top of the right foot onto the ground and sit down on the right heel. Stack the left knee over top. Hold onto the opposite knees. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you repeat Sankatasana on the other side.
वामपादं चिदेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
The right heel outside of the hip. Sit down on the ground as you visualize a cow in your inner space. Repeating Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं ऋषिः लिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now, place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring the right hand behind. Hold onto the opposite thighs as you twist your body backwards. Gaze to your third eye and repeat Machandrasana on the other side.
वामजंगभरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्ठीति स आने.
Untwist your body, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down. Repeating Machandrasana too on the other side.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Rise back up. Maintain the same posture with your legs. Interlace your fingers, place them on the top knee. And visualize your Guru in Guru Asana as you engage all three bandhas.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Pashasana. As you sit with the feet flat on the ground, pull your knees against your chest as you hold on to the opposite knees with your hands. Bring your tongue up against the top of your mouth in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानु निवृत्ति निधाय.
From Pashasana, hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize being in an abode of bliss.
दोबू पगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिलिये सेकरे.
From Bodha Shukasana, bring your arms underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze to the nose. Keep your tongue up in Kechari Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kudakatasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Now maintain the same position and cross your ankles over top with the toes pointing upwards. Now gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती पर इठाने डाबा पग परिधि आने.
Now extend your legs forward and straight as you rise your arms up, interlacing the fingers with the wrists pointing outwards, straight above your head. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Arambhasana. From Dandasana, lean forward, hold onto the feet as you start performing Nadi Shodhana, inhaling through one nostril, exhaling through the other, alternatingly. Just by the strength of your will, control the flow of your prana without using your hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha.
पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bhidokasana. Now, sit with your legs straight, extend the knees slightly up as you bring one hand distance between the heels and your shoulders down, wrapping your hands in and around the legs, holding onto the soles of the feet from the outside. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम बैसी दो पा पसारी कछुक ऊर्ध को उड़ारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now, extend both legs out away from your body with the heels together and bring your arms underneath the legs with the palms facing up as you bring your chin onto the heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो एड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out. Lift one foot behind your neck. If you can't bring the leg behind your neck, bring it over top of your shoulder or pull it towards your chest as you lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana as you visualize Swamiji and perform the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you visualize the prana flowing up along your body through 9 various points of your body as revealed by Mahadeva himself. The 9 points are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandra, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
With your leg still behind your neck, lean back and straighten your spine. As you hold onto the foot behind your head with the opposite hand, extend the opposite leg straight down. Lay on your back, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta in Anantasana.
मुक्तानशयिनी एकैकम्पायि ग्रीवायामिन्यस्य.
From Anantasana, roll onto the side of the hand holding onto the foot. Rest on your elbow as you feel in complete control, gazing to the nose in Ankushasana.
मुक्तानशेत एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Now roll onto your back and pull the knees towards the chest, encircle them with your thighs, encircle the thighs with your hands as you rock from side to side, still focusing on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयेवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck as you hold on to the front foot, repeating Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now straighten your spine, lay on your back, hold on to the foot with the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as eternal, unending, in Anantasana on the other side.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Roll onto the side. Feel in complete control. Repeat Ankushasana on the other side.
उत्तानशयितः एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold onto your hands behind your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmaramasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head and wrap your hands around the legs, interlacing the fingers behind your neck. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सूधो सोवे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, with the knees to the chest, soles facing up, extend your arms sideways. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उबे सफा करे.
The next asana is Jathara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha and focus on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka as we enter the neutral position where you pull your knees towards the chest and extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level. Now bring one knee to the ground on one side as you bring the other leg extended straight down. This is the first step. Second step, bring both knees bent to the side. And in the third step, you extend both legs to the side and gaze in the opposite direction of the feet as you hold onto the feet with your hand.
परिवृत्ति कुक्ष भागे त्रिदाहि परिगीतः.
Now return to the neutral position. With the knees to your chest, arms extended out to the sides. As you place the other knee to the ground, opposite leg straight. Both legs bent to the side. And then both legs extended to the side, holding onto the feet as you gaze away from the feet.
परिवृत्ति कुक्ष भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold your ankles and lift your hips up as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself being as sturdy as a bridge. Breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged. Exhaling while the Jalandhara Bandha is still engaged.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदम्.
The next asana is Paryankasana. As you lay on your back, with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place the hands flat on the mat as well, with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
This asana is Shvotanasana. As you lie on your back, pull your knees to the chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders as you move your hips round and round, visualizing yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ आनीय.
And the next asana is Viparita Karani. Now lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your elbows and hands extended on the mat below for balance. As you move your feet round and round in a circular motion, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. As you perform the Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
भूतले सुशिरो दत्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
From Viparita Karani, stop the movement of your legs. Be straight and sturdy as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्नि विवर्धनी.
The next asana is Langalasana. As you lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over the head with the toes on the floor. Stretch your hands out behind your back. Interlace the fingers in Parusha Mudra as you rest on neck and shoulders, visualizing yourself as a plow.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Shaita Paschimottanasana. As you lie on your back, lift your legs over your head, hold onto the feet, keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha engaged.
शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शैत्यपश्चिमतानकम्.
From Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hips over top of the shoulders and then open your legs wide. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha in Supta Konasana.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. From the same position, holding onto the ankles of the feet, roll onto your back while visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ.
The next asana is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back, keep your legs vertical and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Then open your legs wide to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now join your feet together. Keep holding onto the big toes in Supta Parangushtasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is Matsyasana. From the same position, bring your legs into Padmasana. Then bring your body flat to the mat as you hold on to the opposite elbows over top of your head. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu, in Matsyasana.
मुक्त पद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत्.
Next up is Parasharamasana. From the same position, place the back side of the right hand onto the left palm, gaze at the nose, and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. As you lay on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up. Place your hands on your hips with the elbows on the ground supporting your back. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, return to breathing in Mudra Kumbhaka.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. Now lay on your back and place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Lift the opposite knee to the chest as you keep your arms extended up above your head with the hands hooked forward, visualizing yourself as a scorpion as you gaze to your third eye.
प्रथमशयन सूदो शीशिकेश की संधि सुदाके.
Exchange the position of your feet, hands up above your head, hooked forward, repeating Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सूदो शीशिकेश की संधि सुदाके.
The next asana is Vrishaparakshipasana. Lay on your back, interlace your fingers around your neck in Parashamudra as you lift both feet off the ground and alternate, bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभ्यः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Maruttanasana. As you lay on your back, lift your legs one by one, touching the knees to the ears. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha.
श्रोत्तानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the soles of the feet flat to the ground and then stand up and sit back down while visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luthasana. As you lay on your back, quickly throw your legs above your head and completely roll over. Finish in a prone position as you repeat it again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your belly, keep your hands by the shoulders flat on the ground and contract your lips. Make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling. Toes pointing back, visualizing yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back. In Saradhasana.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Dehalyulanganasana. As you place your palms on the mat and push your body up into a plank position, jump your legs forward and back between your arms. Feel yourself go beyond the body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
The next asana is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward, place your hands on the mat, and start walking around on the mat as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Loli Tika Karana. Now stand with the knees bent, feet pointing outwards, bend your elbows, and move your hands in a circular motion around the body as you bend back and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sadapasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available, and then stand erect like a rod with your arms by the sides, close to your body. Perform the Mula Bandha. Push the Kundalini up as you visualize your Kundalini is rising and curling upwards around your body. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः वायवी कुण्डली देवी कुण्डलाकारमङ्गुले.
This asana is practiced by yogis the whole night to awaken their Kundalini. Just by the glimpse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our Kundalini Shakti is awakened and the Shaktipada is established. Now untie your feet if you tie them. And let us move on to the next asana, which is Ushtra Sadhanasana. Now, while standing, place all fingers on the mat and stand on your hands. Hold the toes from the front and walk around on the mat while visualizing yourself as a camel.
टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same position, hold the feet from the outside. Walk around while visualizing yourself as a horse.
टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. Stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra, and pull your hands down. Open your chest wide as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving headfirst in rapid speed. Breathe calmly through your nose into Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is the Tala Pushpotam Karana. Stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra and gently bend your knees. Keep the toes pointing outwards. Now bow down to one side as you raise the heel of that side and lower the shoulder. Visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. The next asana is Khadgasana. As you visualize yourself as a rhinoceros, gaze to the tip of the nose, and then lay down on your stomach and jump your feet back up towards your hands. And then bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra, forming the horn of the rhinoceros.
सरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. You can hold weights to intensify the practice of this asana. As you sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground, stand back up. Do this again and again. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमसितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. As you stand up straight with your arms above your head, jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Utchaya Shakasana. From a standing position, pull the soles of one foot towards your chest. And with the other leg, sit down and stand back up, alternating on both sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshvajanukarana. As you stand on one leg, with the knee slightly bent, toes pointing outwards, pull the other knee towards your chest, hold it, With your hand in a fist, place the other hand on top of the opposite thigh with the fingers pointing towards the center of your body. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights to intensify the practice of this asana as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Raise one leg off the ground and extend the opposite leg forward as you lower your body down to the mat, sit down, and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. As you place the left foot on the opposite thigh and stand erect on the mat like a rod, keep your hands hanging down by the sides as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनम् आवक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee with the toes tucked behind the calves. Intertwine your arms. Place the left arm underneath the right and place your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. As you stand straight on the right leg, place the left foot on the opposite thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. As you stand on the right leg, hold the big toe of the left foot, straighten it out to the side and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. As you stand on the right leg, lift the left foot behind your neck and stand tall. If you can't, bring the leg behind your neck, pull it up towards your chest, or bring it over top of the shoulder. Try to alternate sitting and standing, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Hold the opposite leg, pull it towards your chest. Hand in a fist, other hand with the fingers pointing inwards. Now repeat Dandavasana on the other side. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side as you visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनम् आवक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now intertwine your arms and legs, standing on the other leg. As you repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now repeat Ekapadasana on the other side with the other foot over top of the opposite hip. Hands relaxed by the side, visualizing Swamiji.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana on the other side, the pole star posture, rotating on the other leg, holding onto the big
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck, pull it up, and sit down and stand back up, visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Samanaka Karana. Now stand straight on the mat with the hands relaxed by the side, slightly extended away from the body. Feel the awakened energy flowing through your body. As we enter the final 100 asanas of this sequence, we want to again remind all the participants to please keep your camera turned on and join us in this happening of Nithyananda Yoga, preparing yourself to hold the intense energy of today's darshan. Now, let us move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Gorak Anjali Asana. As you stand erect and then bend forward, bring both hands underneath the knees and interlock them in Parasha Mudra. As you sit in a squatting posture, let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you inhale deeply, hold your breath, and then forcefully move the prana within your body by the force of your will, along with your mind, throughout your body, up and down, and through your limbs. Move the prana freely. Gain mastery over the air within. As you perform the Mula Bandha, internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम ही उभो होवे बाहुरी नीचो होवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves. Wrap them around behind your butt. As you squat down, hold your hands behind. Keep your chest straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वमध्यात् हस्तो निवेशयानितं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairu Asana. As you bring your feet together, sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching your perineum. Hold the hands at the back. Sit upright. Gaze to the navel. As you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली को और मिलाई.
The next asana is Varahasana. As you squat all the way down to the ground, keep your feet together with the toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and join your hands together behind your back with the fingers pointing downwards in Anjali Mudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागथली की माहिली को और मिलाई फणा पानी उकड़बई से.
Next up is Pripyitasana. As you hold onto the big toes of the feet with the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितंबं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. As you place both hands on the mat, shoulder width apart, place your knees onto the back of your arms and lift the feet off the ground, balancing on your arms. As you visualize yourself as a crow, perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, moving the retained prana within your body.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
Now place the crown of your head onto the mat and lift your body onto your head, bringing the feet into Padmasana, in Sushtanga Kapali Asana.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Now come to a kneeling position. Sit with the perineum in between the heels outside of the hips, with the tips of the toes touching behind your body. Place your hands on top of the thighs, gaze to your nose, as you are now sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
Next up is Vrikshasana 2. Now we're going to enter another inverted posture. So go close to a wall or get a partner to assist you in this asana. As you place your hands on the ground with the fingers wide, lift your body up straight into a handstand. Everyone should practice this asana to purify the 7 chakras. Gaze forward. Visualize you're a tree with deep roots into the ground. As you breathe calmly through the nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka, lead the prana along your spine.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana, another handstand posture where you join your hands together closer and join the feet. Visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye as you gaze to your third eye, rejuvenating your body and bringing divine radiance to you.
द्वौ पगजोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your legs back into a plank position. Then lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again while visualizing yourself as a fish in Matsyasana 2.
युज्यं शयनं कुरुपरो पार्श्वभागायामूर्ध्वकृत्य.
Now keep your body down flat on the mat. As you keep your hands on the hips, slightly lift up your upper body and move it from left to right. Visualize and move your body like a snake in Sadapasana 2.
युज्यं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Nilalambanasana. As you lay prone on your belly, with your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, holding onto your chin. Keep the elbows on the mat, the toes pointed backwards. Feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now lie on your stomach. Place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms. Push up your upper body and bend your knees to bring the feet towards your upper back. Lift up your head. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Vajrasana. As you sit on the knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat, sit down on the heels with your perineum as you bring the palms and your forehead onto the ground in front of you. Stretch your arms out, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
With your hands flat on the mat, push hips up into Gajasana and then alternatingly strike the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
Next up is Ajasana. From Gajasana, lift your legs into the air and slowly bring your forehead towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासनसंस्थितौ पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. As you sit on your heels, keep the legs together. Interlace your fingers around the big toes and pull the feet towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight and gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्वविधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlace your fingers in front of the body and then behind you as you stretch your arms forward, up, down, left, right, in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body while visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वाङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
The next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana and then turn your feet outwards, the toes pointing to the sides, as you keep your thighs and your knees on the ground, your spine straight, hands on the knees, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोर्भ्यान्तरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Sit with your legs folded back, toes pointing backwards, with the knees open wide. Place the front of your buttocks on the ground as you hold onto your ankles, gaze to your third eye, and visualize you're residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. As you sit with the knees wide, feet overlapping, sitting on top of the ankles. Keep your hands underneath the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a frog. Perform the Manduki Mudra with your tongue as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together, with the perineum on top of the heels, place your palms on the ground, fingers spread, thumbs touching, and the palm touching the toes. Gaze to the tip of your nose and stick out your tongue as you exhale forcefully and visualize Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दो फणा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी मेलर उदानी वैसे.
Next up is Bishrakasana. As you sit with the toes on the ground, heels raised, with the perineum down on the heels. Separate your knees sideways. Make a hollow of your palms and place it over your mouth. As you keep your thumbs underneath the teeth, close your lips, inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth in Vishraka Pranayama. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over any and all minuscule fears you might have.
दो बगांगी एड़ी जोजी गोड़ा फनोवान अपनी होई.
The next asana is Makadasana. Keep the soles of the feet together with the top of the feet on the ground. Sit on your heels. Bring your fingers to the armpits and imitate as if you were a monkey scratching yourself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey. Gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने.
Next up is Vajrasanghadasana. As you stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together, sit on the heels, knees wide, off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back and gaze to the nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होए वैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kanjanasana. As you keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit down on your heels, place your palms on the mat to the sides, gaze to your nose, and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana, with the toes flat, the feet crossed, perineum on the heels. Keep your knees wide on the floor, hands on the knees, and make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो विक्रमेण समाहितौ.
Next up is Yogasana. Maintain the same position, but relax your upper back. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां विक्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Vijyogasana. As you stand on your knees, cross your ankles behind. Keep the feet near the opposite knees as you hold your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru as you perform the Mula Bandha.
गोड़ा वामो उभौ होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands, and keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward, tilt your head back, and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविवादयिषु पुमान्.
The next asana is Jati Asana 2. With your heels together, hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back and bring your elbows and then your head onto the mat as you gaze to the nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming. Return to the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
दो एडी संपुट करे 16 मूल द्वारित रिधरे.
Next up is Viratasana. As you sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together, lean back and touch your back to the ground as you then raise back up. Do this again and again. Use the support of your hands if needed. Gaze to the nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निदाय जंगोद्रयोः ऊर्णी संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise the hips even higher. Bring your forearms on the mat and hold onto the back of your heels. Bring your head in between the feet as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविवादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Varasana. Now stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. This is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva as you internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहुपरस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. As you keep the knees together, toes tucked, lean forward, bring your elbows to the mat, and hold your head with your hands. Rest your head down on the hands, and your perineum is placed on the raised heels as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि कथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. Now kneel down, place your elbows on the mat shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat, support it with your hands, and then raise your hips, walk your feet forward till your hips align with the shoulders, and then straighten your legs up. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lop tree. Perform the Mula Bandha and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
अधोमुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Lower your body down and straight. Place your head in between the knees, with the elbows outside the knees. Gaze to the nose and hold your head with your hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana.
प्रथम पगदल्ली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie on your belly and extend your arms and legs straight out. You can hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana as you raise your arms and legs off the mat. Visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Now lie on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead to the ground, chest on the mat. Lift your legs up while visualizing a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach with the hands by the sides, lift your legs up over your head and slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head. Keep your palms flat on the mat behind you as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Next up is Chatakasana. As you sit on the knees, bring your chest down, navel touching the knees, with your hands flat on the mat, forearms on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha and breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामोष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishchikasana too. As you kneel down, with your hands and elbows on the mat, raise your legs, bend your back, touch your feet to the head, and lift your chin. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you perform the Mula Bandha.
इच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमां घृपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now, sit and place your perineum down on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside of the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in Antarangaka Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling, holding the breath for a short while, and slowly exhaling. Perform the Vaishnavi Mudra. Focus on the object within.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
With your hands flat on the mat in front, lift your body off the mat, cross your feet behind, and balance above the mat in Lolasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
From Lolasana, place your perineum onto the other heel. Keep the other foot outside of the hip, toes pointing outwards. Visualize yourself as a bull. Repeat Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. As you place the left toes on the ground with the heel raised, sit down on the raised heel. Bring the other foot flat on the ground, the knee to the chest, hands on the respective knees, visualizing Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Now squat with your feet flat on the mat. Bring your elbows under the thighs and wrap your hands around the shins, holding onto the ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Sit down on the other heel. One knee at the chest, hands on the knees, visualizing Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can use weights to intensify this asana. As you squat on your toes with the heels up, knees off the mat, perineum on the heels, hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka.
युजास्पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
The next asana is Vajrasanghadasana too. As you sit on the toes with the perineum down on the heels, soles of the feet together, knees open wide. Hold on to the opposite elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम प्राणापानी होय जैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip width apart, hands underneath the soles of the feet from the inside, with the palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, gaze to your nose, as you visualize you're able to consume and live off air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी ना भिलक आने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now, place the back of your hands onto the mat with your fingers facing towards your body. Step your feet on top of your hands, wrap your hands around the feet like a shoe, start walking around and visualize yourself wearing padukas and walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Kukkutodanasana. Now place your palms on the mat and raise both feet upwards into the air and let them fall back down. Repeat this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand as you move around on two hands dancing. Feel yourself become free of all inhibitions as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Kunjarasana. As you separate your feet, place one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head. Be stable and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Place the other hand down. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Kadambasana. As you sit on the ground with your feet flat, heels close to the body, hold onto the respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground. Visualize yourself as a kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Next up is Bhavana Muktasana. As you sit with the heels at the perineum, hold your knees with opposite hands and pull it to your chest. As you visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakorasana. As you sit and lift one leg behind your head, you can place it over top of your shoulder. If you can, bring it behind your head. And then extend the other leg forward and lift your entire body off the mat on your hands. As you gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Hold on to the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize yourself as a bow, pull one foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring back.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across of the left foot, extending both legs out to the side as you balance on your arms, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground with the knee raised. Push the right knee down as you bring your shoulder underneath the raised leg with the hand flat on the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal, able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatyendrasana. Now keep the heel of the right foot at the left hip and place the left foot over top of the knee. As you twist and bring the hand underneath the raised knee, interlace your hands behind your back, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Parshvamatyendrasana.
वामोर्मूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side, with the other heel, the other foot raised behind the head or over top of the shoulder, arms by the side, other leg extended forward, body raised off the mat, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side, holding onto the big toes, pulling the foot to the ear, like if you're pulling a bowstring, as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. As you bring the other foot over top of the shoulder, hook the opposite leg over top, extend the legs to the side, and fly as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top of the opposite thigh. Push the knee down. Bring the shoulder underneath the raised knee and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatyendrasana on the other side as you twist your body with the hands interlocked behind your back, hand underneath the raised leg.
ऊर्मूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press the perineum with your opposite heel. Lean your chest forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, inhaling deeply and moving the prana freely around within your body, up and down and through your limbs in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kalandrasana. Now place your left ankle outside the hip, hold the sole of the right foot and lift the foot in front of your face. Keep the legs straight, visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side, opposite leg extended. Heel at the groin, hold the feet, perform Jivachala Kumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वना सीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kranchasana on the other side. In the other foot outside the hip, opposite leg extended up, holding onto the feet, visualizing yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles in between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight and have your palms resting on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Godakshasana. From the same position, cover your heels with your hands as you gaze to the nose and visualize Sage Godaknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. As you bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh, visualize Swamiji and meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, as you lock all your five senses with your hands, the mouth with ring and little finger, the nose with the middle finger, the eyes with your index fingers, and the ears with your thumb. Gaze upwards to your third eye.
वामपार्श्वमुदं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet on top of the opposite knees and place your hands on the ground beside you with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Kakachantra Kumbhaka. Roll up your tongue and keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow as you inhale through the rolled up tongue and exhale through your nose.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands outside of your body and push your palms to the ground, lifting your body up as you visualize yourself as a rooster, still breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Stay seated on the mat, don't lift your body up. Gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तुदो वो गोडासन दिदरे.
Now push your hands into the mat and lift your body up. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कंदपर्यन्तं मूरोन्नि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves and lean forward as you push your hands behind your back. With interlocked fingers in Parashumudra, place your forehead on the mat. As you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोडासन दिमाहि कर इधरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Then bend your elbows and hold on to the respective shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Kurmasana 2.
बाईजंग भर दक्षिण बावा दाईजंग भर बाईल्यावा.
Maintain the same position. Tuck your chin down to the chest. Gaze to the nose. Rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha in Granthi Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठः ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Next up is Uttana Kurmasana. Now perform the same posture, but roll onto your back as you bring your arms through the legs in Padmasana. Hold onto your shoulders, gaze to the nose, and embody a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukutasana. Sit in Padmasana and place both hands between the thighs and calves. One hand flat on the mat as you push your body up, balancing on one arm, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासनव स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य परिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand flat on the mat, hold its wrist, and repeat Pangu Kukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासनव स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य परिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next asana is Gridasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes and interlace your fingers in Parushamudra. Press your chin on the knuckles, press your thumbs to the throat, and visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. As you sit in Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Now place your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
From Padmasana, keep one hand flat on the knee and hook the other hand around the big toe in Prana Mudra, moving the big toe round and round as if you're pulling a bowstring while visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Repeat the movement on the other side.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmukasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Engage all three bandhas.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Maintain the same position. Lift your chest. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagadasana. From the same position, roll onto your back. Hold onto the big toes if you can, otherwise lay on the crossed arms behind your back. Legs in Padmasana. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagadasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोटाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Now free your legs from Padmasana and lift your knees to the chest. Interlock your fingers, pull the knees close, raise your chin to the knees, feet off the ground, squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Bhavanasana. As you lay on your back, place the knees on the ground, place the feet flat on the ground, knees raised. Interlock your fingers behind your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधौ सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Markata Pitasana. Now lie on your back, bend your knees, keep the feet flat on the mat, and place the upturned palm underneath the heels as you push your hips up. Contract the perineal region and lock your chin to the chest as you breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as a powerful alpha ape.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shikhi Pitakasana. Now lie supine and raise your hips up as you support your hips with your hands placed at the waist, elbows on the ground, bearing the weight of your body. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Next up is Narakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Place your elbows and hands extended on the mat below for support. As you visualize yourself blissfully traversing Narakaloka unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Now bring your hands to the lower back for support. Keep your legs straight and then lower and angle them down, keeping your core engaged. As you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara, interior Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रं द्वयं नजेत्.
Next up is Dvajasana. Bring your hands back to the mat. Keep your legs straight as a flag pole. As you visualize yourself as a Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवा पृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay your body down flat to the mat in Mritasana. Hands by the sides, palms facing up. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra. Visualize your body is dead, and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. As you chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Slowly come back to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Pull your knees up to your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, all 308 asanas. We're now going to have the palm manifestation immediately after the session. So stay tuned. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva and bold the intense energy into your system. Let us now conclude the yoga session with a Purna Mantra. Sit straight, head, neck, and spine in a straight line, hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
First thing I want to tell you, third eye can be opened. Second thing I want to tell you, for the sake of God, please open it. Third thing I want to tell you, do not believe the fellows who say it cannot be opened or it should not be opened. Third eye has a capacity to make anything you want as reality.
Taste the first breakthrough, conscious breakthrough guaranteed. It is all about opening your third eye, giving you first conscious breakthrough. Any human being can go through these initiations and have this superconscious breakthrough, manifest these possibilities and powers. It is possible for all of you.
If these words reach your ears, I am talking to you and it is for you.
I welcome, O humanity, come It is time you experience superconscious breakthrough.
First thing I want to tell you, third eye can be opened. Second thing I want to tell you, for the sake of God, please open it. Third thing I want to tell you, do not believe the fellows who say it cannot be opened or it should not be opened. Third eye has a capacity to make anything you want as reality.
Taste the first breakthrough, conscious breakthrough guaranteed. It is all about opening your third eye, giving you first conscious breakthrough. Any human being can go through these initiations and have this superconscious breakthrough, manifest these possibilities and powers. It is possible for all of you.
If these words reach your ears, I am talking to you and it is for you.
I welcome, O humanity, come, it is time you experience superconscious breakthrough.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I welcome all the Paramashivoham participants here who are being seated with us across many different Zooms and watching us live through different social media platforms for this exciting 21 minutes of power manifestation, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, directly blessed, initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji himself. Today, we're going to be manifesting as part of the Paramashivam sessions, which is running the 5th day. We are going to be manifesting the power of third eye, reading and seeing with our eyes completely blindfolded. Requesting all the participants who are being seated and who are watching us live to please turn on your cameras and please be seated and please give your complete attention and availability for this power manifestation. We're going to be entering to the power manifestation very soon. Please get back and please be seated and please turn on your cameras so that we can enter to the power manifestation. Again, as a gentle reminder, giving a few minutes for all the participants to please be seated. Right after the Nithyananda Yoga, the performance of the Dvitiya Vijnasakrama, the 308 asanas, for the complete 3 hours that we have been manifesting and rejuvenating ourselves. Please be seated. Requesting all the participants to please bring your eyebands, pen and paper, and please be seated. As today we're going to do something similar to yesterday, but it's going to be a little more higher. In every single power manifestation across the day, which we're going to have, we'll be taking the level higher and higher for all of you to manifest this power of third eye, reading and seeing with eyes completely blindfolded. For those of you who are new for this program and coming newly attending today, it's a day 5 of Paramashivoham. Basic introduction of the power of third eye is ability to close your eyes and see something which is happening around you, everything which is there as how you see with your 2 eyes. This power will just manifest when you be in the space of oneness, connecting with Swamiji himself. So again, requesting all the participants to please bring your eye bands. If you don't have an eye band, something to blindfold yourself. Even a piece of a cloth, it's fine. Pen and paper, and please be seated. Please be ready to receive Swamiji for this power manifestation. As every day, every sessions, from the sessions of the satsangs which Swamiji gives, the power manifestations, the initiations, the rituals, every single sessions which is happening here in this Paramashivam is directly authenticated, validated, and has been proven with the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference that it is real and it has a benefit to all our participants who are being seated here. It is not just a science which is just comes and goes in 20 minutes, including this power manifestation, the power of third eye, which we are going to see, has a benefit in the span of 21 minutes for making all of us experience the super consciousness, means Paramashiva himself. This Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference, mentioning that this power manifestation, the power of third eye, which we're going to manifest, is real and can make all of us experience the super consciousness, the higher ability. We can call it as unclutching, completion, nirvikalpa samadhi, advaita, or more. This verse, which I'm going to be reciting now, is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Bhagavan Paramashivam himself describes, mentions that this science is real 60,000 years ago, and Paramashiva himself, who's an incarnation, Swamiji, who's an incarnation of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who has awakened the third eye himself, and now manifesting, initiating everybody across these programs like Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham, and across different Bhavasmaya darshans, which we had across many different days, initiating and granting our boons. So, requesting all the participants to be listen to the Shastra Pramana and the translation of it, and then we can directly enter to the power manifestation. Kapalantarmano nyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dhadyat lakshayed lakshamuttamam. This verse is directly revealed from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. For all of us, Swamiji himself. Now, requesting the participants, we're entering to the round 1 of the power manifestation. It's going to be shapes. I'll be telling 5 different shapes. From these 5 different shapes, I'll be choosing any one shape for all of and projecting it to all the participants for this round 1. These 5 shapes are heart, square, rectangle, oval, and an arrow. These 5 shapes are that. Again, I'm repeating. It's heart, square, a rectangle, oval, and an arrow. These 5 shapes I'll be choosing from any of one of these 5 shapes and projecting it to all of you once the round 1 of the power manifestation has begun. I hope all the participants and all the viewers watching us is clear for this round 1 of the power manifestation. I'll be choosing any one of these 5 shapes and projecting it to all of you for this round 1. Now visualize Swamiji onto your inner space. Please close your eyes. Requesting all the participants. Again, a gentle reminder, please turn on your cameras and please close your eyes. Put on your eye bands. Visualize Paramashiva Swamiji sitting now in front of you. Close your eyes. Put your eye bands on. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep your eyes closed. Requesting all the participants to please keep your eyes closed. Again, as a telling for all the participants, so those of you who have not heard, the shape from which I'll be choosing is from the shape heart, square, rectangle, oval, and an arrow. From these 5 different shapes, I'll be choosing and projecting it to all of you for this round 1 of the power manifestation. Please keep your eyes closed as the round 1 has been started. Do not open your eyes. Keep chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We have a few more seconds left. Please close your eyes. Do not open your eyes.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now requesting all the participants. We can relax and round 1 has been done. You can take off your eye bands, open your eyes. Please open your eyes. You can take off your eye bands. Yes. Now, let's go ahead to the next step of typing down your answers on the Zoom chat, telling what is the answer or what was the relation revealed to all the participants out here. You can type out on the Zoom chat telling what was the shape was revealed to all of you. So we can actually go ahead and verify to see how the manifestation and what the third eye has been revealed for each of the participants who are being seated here. So please type out your answers. Please take a few minutes now to type out your answers on the Zoom chat, telling what was revealed. Even though you don't see shapes, but if you see anything, whatever you have been, whatever was revealed to you, please type that down. Sadyojata Shiva oval, okay. Chenli arrow, okay. Mehul Patel arrow, okay. Some god with arrow you have mentioned, okay. Daniel square, okay. Shivatalam triangle. Royal India triangle and Pawan K oval, okay. So these are the participants who have put for the message, whatever has been relation, okay. Now you can see the answer was revealed to all the participants. The first round was the shape of a heart. So I think so most of the participants have not yet manifested this, but it's good that you're able to see the shape. This shape was heart. Even though you are seeing mix of shapes, if some of the participants are able to see, I'm able to see heart and will see oval both together, but I'm confused to what to put both of the answers, okay. That's like, you can, whatever it is, don't put your mind into it telling, okay, I'm able to see heart, I'm not able to see oval, but what should I choose? Put whatever was revealed to you. Even though you're able to see 2-3 shapes together, put all those shapes together. Doesn't need to be any one shape. Okay, now we'll move on to the round 2 of the power manifestation. It's good that the first round was manifested. Please close your eyes. Requesting all the participants again to please put on your eye bands. We're entering to the round 2 of the power manifestation. It's going to be same as a round 1. I'll be choosing any one shapes from the shape heart, square, rectangle, oval, and an arrow. Please close your eyes. Blindfold yourself. Please close your eyes. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva's organism. Let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism.
Now open your eyes as the round 2 of the power manifestation has been started. Keep continues the chant of Mahavakya.
Living experience of all of us. Am the Mahavakya. Intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We have a few more seconds left. Please close your eyes. Do not open your eyes. Just see whatever is being revealed to you. Just keep seeing.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, requesting all the participants, you can relax and you can take off your eyebands, open your eyes. Requesting all the participants to please open your eyes as the round 2 of the power manifestation is done. Now, let's take a few minutes. We're moving on to the next step again, as you can type out your answers, telling what was revealed to you for this round 2 of the power manifestation. Please type out your answers in the Zoom chat. Yes. Daniel Batir, square. Good. Sadyojata Shiva, rectangle. Mehu Patel, oval. Okay. Please leave your message on the Zoom chat telling what was revealed to you through your third eye. Even though you have doubts, please leave that as well. Raul Neda, square. Okay. Congratulations. Pavan K. Arrow, Shivatalam, oval. Okay. Okay, I can see the participant named as Antariksh Arun. I saw square box. Okay, hope you're being seated properly for this manifestation, as we are actually receiving Paramashiva. Now, as all the participants can see, I think so most of the participants have got the answer correct. The answer was square for this round of manifestation. So the answer was square for this round of manifestation. I think Rahul Nieda has got square, and many other participants also have manifested square for this round. Daniel Bhatia also have got square for this round of manifestation. It's good that we are manifesting this round. Okay. We'll move on to the next step of the power manifestation, is going ahead onto our social media, posting our experience, either with the pictures, videos, or any breakthroughs which we had in any round of the power manifestation today. Hope all the participants have enjoyed and got an experience of this power manifestation, manifesting the power of third eye. We're going to move on to the next session very short. Before we move on to the next session, while we are posting our experience, remember to post with the hashtags given there, with the hashtag Kailasa, hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag Power Manifestation, and the final hashtag is Paramashivoham. We'll be having throughout the day many different power manifestations, experiences, not only the power of third eye, but many different powers, reaching us, experiencing, taking us to the super conscious breakthrough. So now, with this, we're coming to the conclusion of manifesting the powers, power manifestation of intense 20-minute session. We'll be starting the next session very shortly. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Paramashiva, inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Nityanandam, to all the participants that are here with us today, welcome. Today is a very, very, very special day in Paramashivoham Level 3 program. All of us are going to be working on our relationships. We are going to be working with the relationships dimension and also receiving a very unique boon from Swamiji. First, may I request all the participants to quickly settle down. Please settle down. I see some movements. I request all of you, please sit in front of the camera. Today, we have a very special initiation. An initiation through which all of us can experience deep completion and fulfillment with our relationships, any relationship. Even if your marriage is about to be broken and you're afraid, you want to save your marriage, today's day is for you. Today, you can invite even your spouse or anyone, whoever, it might even be your mother, with whoever you want to experience love, fulfillment, completion. You can invite them to join today's program along with you. You can get them now, you can contact them, and all of us together are going to be experiencing the power of living Advaita, where we start experiencing oneness and manifesting oneness in our relationships. Not just that, we are also going to have a very, very, very unique boon that we have not gotten. I should say, this unique initiation for the very first time is going to be happening online, where Swamiji is going to be energizing and blessing the apples that you get for whoever wants to conceive, give birth to a child. You can get the blessing. Like, there's so many people, especially in the modern day, who are struggling, who have money, who have everything else they want, but are struggling because they don't have a child. You don't need to worry, because Swamiji is going to be blessing you, giving you a unique blessing. There's a very famous term they say in Ladinam, apple child or apple boy or an apple girl, where just Swamiji will bless one apple and give it to you. And when you eat it, the child that's born will be an enlightened child. And today, Swamiji is giving this blessing. This is open for anyone who wants it. It's not that everyone are going to get the same thing. Anyone, whoever wants to conceive, you can get an apple to get it energized. Swamiji is going to be blessing, and you will see how healthy you are going to give birth to an enlightened child. This is a very, very, very unique boon. It's open for today. So take a few minutes to invite your friends, family members, whoever would, for whom this will be a life-changing boon. Get them here today. Take a few minutes. You can invite them. I see so many of you across all the Zoom rooms. We have about 10 Zoom rooms. You all can attend as a couple. You can get you and your spouse, both of you together, and attend as a couple. Shall we all enter into today's day? us are going to be receiving this amazing boon from Swamiji. So you all can get ready, invite your family members, invite your friends, invite all of them also to come and join with you. Now, we are all going to be entering into our very first session. But before we enter into that, I just wanted to ask all of you that is here today, if there is one relationship that you really, really want completion with, who would it be for you? Can all of you take a few minutes? It can be anyone. Just choose any one relationship with whom you want to have that fulfillment and completion, where you are completed them, they're completed you. You are having a beautiful, fulfilling relationship with each other. Can be a spouse, it can be a mother, father, it can be even your boss, it can be your son, your daughter, anyone. Take a few minutes and post it in the chat. Who do you want to experience this fulfillment and completion with? Come on, Ma Rui Shooting, Ma Parandamini, Ma Jnana Pradata. Okay. Husband, son. Shamla Pillai, one Eugene Shen, one Father Subramani. I request all of you to post who's that one relationship that you want to experience completion of. Okay, mother and sisters, my family, Manasha, okay, Masita Narayan with my dogs. Okay, each of you can post whichever one that you really want to experience completion with, whatever relationship that is. You can put, see, some of you are putting like very generic ones. You can put more specific. One relationship that you really want to experience a breakthrough with. Ma Sarju Pandit and Ma Sri Lakshmi Kottapalli. Come on, all of you can post. My family is okay. Can you choose one person out of your family? One person that you want to experience completion with. Complete with all our relationships, so that's not a problem. But I just want to see if you all can post any one. If you want to post any one, who would it be? Come on, Ma. EL, Zoo, Ma Nisha Ben Patel. Let all of you to post. Post it in the chat. Okay, mother. Fine. Now, so, what each of you have posted, just to share with you all, in today's program, you are going to be working on establishing that space of oneness and completion with those relationships in your life. Every relationship, mother, father, son, daughter, wife, husband, anything, any relationship, we are going to be discovering the science of how you can experience oneness with those relationships in your life. Especially all those that are attending, if you can bring them, please do bring your family. You can provide a free pass to them. You can invite them on your behalf as your family member, and they will be able to join. The link to join will be posted by the support desk in each of your rooms. And you can post the link to all of your friends, your family members, and you can invite them. It's completely free, so they can take a few minutes and join. But today's program, when they join the initiation, today, literally they'll be receiving that experience of completion. They'll be receiving that blessing to experience that space of oneness in fulfillment in all relationships in life. So it is going to be very, very special. And Let us all get ready to receive this experience today. Let's all enter into our very first session. So are you all ready? Shall we all enter into the very first session? If you all want to take a few minutes to invite your family and friends, you all can do it right away. And a very important thing, see, attending through the day is very, very, very important for this. See, understand. Now, all of us, each one of us are having so many things happening in our life. We all have so many different things happening at right now. And we are not able to give that enough time, spend enough time with our family. Or even sometimes you're spending enough time, but your family somehow feel that, you know, they're not caring for you. Or you both of you want to really manifest that true and fulfilling relationships, but somehow there you are ending up with conflicts, you're ending up with lack of understanding. Or even if you feel everything is okay, there is still some fulfillment not happening. Swamiji says, true love and fulfilling relationships is your birthright. And today, in this workshop that we are going to be having today, we are going to get that back. We are going to experience the true love. All of us are going to be manifesting the real love and fulfillment in our lives. Now, what does this actually mean? Understand, Swamiji says, love is Paramashivam, the source material of Paramashiva, the source happening of Paramashiva. The core happening of the cosmos is pure love. This whole universe is nothing but multiple versions of that core love. Love is your birthright. You are Paramashiva is your birthright. You should always be kept in the highest space. That is your birthright. You are Satchidananda Parabrahma. You are the eternal truth, eternal consciousness, eternal bliss. The Nithyananda Swarupi. The science of completion is the science of eternal bliss. In life, you may put up with something, you may be angry about something, but today, let's be complete with everything. Bring completion with everything so that you put up with something. Even if you don't put up with something, you're not incomplete at that. You're not incomplete at that thing. When you engage, entertain the incompletions, when your thinking is from incompletion, it naturally leads you to more and more incompletions. The thinking from incompletion leads to more and more suffocation. Basically, incompletions are trying to make you believe that your life is influenced by the factors which are not in your control. Completion is making you understand that not only your life, but anything you see is under your influence. Understand? It is not from reality you perceive. Now, what is the biggest wealth you know? Ability to relate with large number of people with love. This is the best wealth you can have, which will never leave you, which will never leave you. Understand there is only two ways you can be wealthy. The organic way of wealthy is the ability to relate with multiple people with energy. Toxic way of relating is ruling. Today, let's decide. I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. This starts completion with others. So today, right now, all of us are going to spend a few minutes and we are going to be forming our teamly as a first step before entering into the sessions itself. I'm going to explain what teamly means. what teamily means. Teamily is family and team put together. Unfortunately, human beings have lost connection even with ourselves. Forget about having connection with the family. Even with ourselves, we have lost the connection. The strong, deep-rooted, grounded lifestyle is lost. Due to various reasons, now all of us have become so unconscious. We are living in a very, very, very unconscious way. Now, making us come back to consciousness and create complete, centered, grounded with yourself and with your family and team together is teamily. Are all of us understanding? Teamily means your team plus family put together. Teamily means the people with whom you share your life, people who you share your life with, and they share their life with you, is teamily. Literally, people who are part of your existence.
Every day you spend time with them, meaning like even your friend could be in the US, but if there's anything that happens in your life, you'll call her and you will share with her. She will know what is happening with you, and she's a very much part of your life. Sometimes we live with the people next to our house also, we will not know what is there, but there are some relationships in our life whom we really share ourselves to. So all of them make a part of your teamily. So please take a few minutes today, list down your teamily members, whomever you really want to have completion with, experience completion with. List it down.
A little more. The people that you remember at least 3 times in a day, minimum 3 times in a day, if you are remembering someone. If they are part of your life in some manner, then be very clear, they are your teamily. Ma Sita Narayan has posted, Mom, my daughter is out of the country. My friend doesn't answer the phone. He hangs up. Sister is busy with her husband. So I already shared it with my dogs. No. See, I'm not telling that whatever you are sharing with people is called as they're your teamily. Not like that. See, with some people, you may not actually be talking, but they're very much part of your life. They're part of you. In your day, you remember them at least 3 times. 3 times is a minimum number. If minimum 3 times, or maximum how many ever number of times. If you are remembering them, even in an irritating way, if you're remembering someone, they are still part of your team. Anyone that you share your life with, just choose 11 people like that. Minimum, you should have 11 people. Maximum, you should have 21. Beyond 21, even when it becomes 22, your being can't handle it anymore. 11 is the right number. It can be slightly more than 11, no problem. But with who your life is happening, like these are the people who are literally impacting your life or being a part of your life. Not necessary that they need to know everything. For example, your child may not know anything about your life, but your kid is so much a part of you. Ma Alexandra is saying, what if I don't remember anyone? Am I antisocial? Here it's not about being social or antisocial, Ma. Here first, it is about your life happening. Understand, life happens with others. Your life, at least almost 50 to 60% of your life happens with others. How others are with you makes you. It really plays a major role in sculpting how you feel about yourself. Only less than 50% only our cognitions about ourselves matter here, because even the cognitions we carry about ourselves is from what people are telling about us. You can never exclude that the people, let anyone say I'm this, you can be like that, but even that, you are still dependent on what they are telling about you, because you're saying, even if they say this is what I am going to be, how people are around you, how many people you are able to hold in your inner space matters. Even if you, let's say that you renounce everything, you want to go sit on the top of Himalayas in a small cave and you're sitting and doing meditation, even there, whether the animals or the trees that are there around you, if they are mattering to you, they are a part of your team. Understand, life happens with others. Life happens with everyone around you. Only with the others, your life is even happening. If there are less than 11 people in your team, like you're not able to think of more than like 5-6 people, it is high time you wake up to the truth that you are supposed to expand yourself much more, because only when you have true fulfilling relationships, having the true fulfilling relationships in your life where they fulfill you, you fulfill them, only then you are wealthy. That's the real wealth. It is the real wealth. Your life happens. Otherwise, just imagine and see, can you just go celebrate your birthday all with yourself, just having a cake with yourself, party with yourself, and just enjoy with yourself? No. At least right now, none of us are in that, right? So it is time you're supposed to expand yourself even further. So think of at least 11 people. Let's take 5 minutes quickly and list down at least 11 people like that and write down. I see a lot of questions that are coming up. See, just wanted to tell all of you, don't worry. Just choose 11 people. We are going to do this process further. And today, we will help you to achieve this completion. Swamiji is going to step by step guide all of us, take all of us through this process where Swamiji helps us achieve this space of completion. So are all of us ready? Now, let's first enter into the very first session. The first session of the day, we are going to be learning about Samipya Samadhi, the space that we are going to be experiencing and manifesting during today's darshan. Let's now listen to the revelation from Swamiji.
One thing you need to know, even people in Tapoloka, to reach Kailasa, they have to come to planet Earth and go. Directly from no loka, you can reach Kailasa, enlightenment space. The Purana Jivan Mukti, Videha Mukti, Kailasa Padavi, Salogya Samibhya Sarubhya Sayujya Mukti is only possible from planet Earth, Buloka. Not from Swargaloka, not from Tapoloka, not even from Satyaloka. Even Brahma, to reach Kailasa, has to come here, planet Earth, Buloka, and only from here he has to go to Kailasa. Because the pure consciousness mirroring is possible only in Buloka. That is the beauty of Buloka. Now let me expand on reality so that you will understand how the four principles can be used to make reality as you want. Let me define what is reality. This is a very important definition. Only when you experience this as your reality, you can experience Brahmanyam Bahuputratam. Listen. Not having any conflict internally and contradictions internally about what you want to experience as your inner world and outer world, and projecting it powerfully, so powerfully that there is no conflict between your projection and your experience, perception. No conflict, no contradiction. Because there is no conflict and contradiction inside what you want and outside what you are experiencing, feeling the non-duality, Advaita, is reality. First thing, inside itself you have so much of conflict and contradiction. What you really want inside you and outside you. What you really want inside you and outside you. That itself has so much of conflict. Second, because there is a conflict inside, what you project is not able to move the outside as you want. Because when you say you want money, one part of you already says, no. I will ask, but you don't give. Because of the conflict, contradictions, unconsciousness inside, what you project also has conflicts, contradictions, unconsciousness outside. Because of that, your perception of the outside world also has unconsciousness, conflicts and contradictions. This is what I call unreality. The confusion of dvandva, duality. First, you being clear within you how much of wealth you need, how much of responsibilities you need to take for it, what is the way you want to feel you, what is the way you want to project you to others, what all the ways others may perceive you. Having clarity and taking responsibility for all this. So inside you feeling completion, and please listen, the power of your inner completion will be so powerful, I tell you. The moment you project something out of completion, the whole world runs to fulfill it and serve you. You need to know a beautiful story from Prahlada's life. When Prahlada's dad was asking Prahlada, is your Narayana God in this pillar, in that pillar? Is he in this stone? Prahlada was about to raise his small finger. A child naturally takes little time to lift his hand and show which pillar my Narayana is there. I don't even know which finger he showed, or he would have shown. He may not even know how to fold the fingers and show one finger or anything. He must have shown even through face. That is the way kids show. Kids sometimes don't even know how to raise the hand and show. They just show the face. When Prahlada was about to mention the pillar, Narayana started running from Vaikuntha. Lakshmi asked, what happened? Why are you running so fast? What is there to be in so much of a hurry? Vishnu says, no, you don't know. Whatever pillar he shows, I have to enter into that pillar. Wherever he shows, I have to occupy that place and come out. Listen. When a child is established in integrity, just for his hand movement or the direction he shows, God lands. Listen. Whole world moves as you want when you are established in integrity. Prahlada is embodiment of integrity. Nachiketa is embodiment of authenticity. Dhruva is embodiment of responsibility. Markandeya is embodiment of enriching. Prahlada is embodiment of integrity. He was in completion with all the karmas. Prarabdha akamya sanchita. That is why the direction he was turning his face are trying to show God lands there. Same way, if you are in completion with integrity, without conflict, contradiction, internally, whatever you project on the world is project for the cosmos. Whatever you project on the cosmos is a project for cosmos. Simply does it. Simply cosmos does it. When you are integrated and project on the outer world obeys you just like that. It obeys you just like that. Power of integrity. Please listen. Nothing is political in the planet Earth. Means nothing is accidental in the planet Earth. Everything runs with these four principles. How much ever you doubt, no. Some of the fellows who are head of the countries, statesmen, are they integrated? Are they authentic? Are they responsible? Are they enriching? How come they are having whatever they want? No. When you are in completion and project to the world, you see that becoming reality, and your inside is in completion, outside is in completion. When both are in completion, the experience of you and your life does not have any conflict or contradiction. That is what I call flow of Advaita. If you are established in the space of Advaita, even if the other guy tries to attack you, abuse you, his whole being will not cooperate with him to attack you. Simply, he will lose strength and fall into stupidity and foolishness, powerlessness. He will not be able to attack you. He will collapse before even he stares at you. The power of the space is such, I tell you, learn this science, practice this science, master this science, even if you have failed earlier. Can Swamiji define what is the space of Advaita? Means there are some ultimate truths. Everyone is extension of you. Whether you call us a Hitler or Bin Laden, Buddha or Mahadeva, please understand. Hitler or Bin Laden, Buddha or Mahadeva, Krishna or Kali, everyone is extension of you. You should be very clear why somebody is Buddha, somebody is Bin Laden. Let me make it very plain and simple, straight. So now you need to know which part of you is paining you, which part of you which is making you hate somebody. You should address that part and complete it. By completing with that part, you make the other person powerless. If he still holds on to the violence, please listen. Listen once more. For example, in the world, in fact level itself, there are violent people, terrorists who attack, abuse, destroy. I am not saying what they are doing is right, but before you start defending you, before you start attacking back, your incompletion towards them, the my world's incompletion, complete it. When you complete it, please understand what I am giving you is a successful war strategy, because I have won many wars, I am going to be winning many wars. What I am saying, what I am telling you is not some spiritual philosophy. It is a successful war strategy. Look into you, complete with the part of you which is responsible for your anger, your violence. Complete with that. You will see that guy, the world terrorist, loses all his power. He will become powerless. You entertaining anger towards him, which is in the my world, keeps his violence active and alive. The moment you complete with this, your enemy will no more be lion, he will become a rat. You just need a little rat poison. You don't need a gun and AK-47. Make the enemy powerless by making your enmity powerless. Sincerely, when you create the space of Advaita in you, means non-violence, no enmity. Again and again get back to that space, no enmity, non-violence. I am not even saying become friendly, that is up to you whether you want or not. But decide to be non-violent, no enmity. I tell you, the moment you complete with your enmity and drop it, your enemy will suddenly lose power. The cosmos will not support him anymore. The person who is not supported by the cosmos is like a fan which is not supported with electricity, power. It cannot run. If it was running, maybe it will take few seconds for it to stop once you switch off. But not more than that. I tell you, everywhere, Advaita as a direct utility value, whether you are in a hospital for health, you are in a marketplace for wealth, You are in a court fighting a case. You are in a war field fighting some people. You are in a place of riot where you have to survive. You are facing the survival threat. Wherever you are, the space of Advaita has highest utility value. Just be brutally fanatic and practice Advaita. I am telling you. Whether you logically know the values of it, the side effects of it, or you need to take a little more time to learn the side effects of it, after effects of it, start practicing Advaita, the space of Advaita. I tell you, it will be amazing Kalpataru, giving constantly what you want, and amazing protection by making all your enemies stupid. By cherishing enmity, you will make yourself weak and make your enemy strong. By completing with enmity, you will make your enemy weak. And after that, you don't need to destroy him. And even if you destroy, you won't have sin. You may not even need, because he will die by his own powerlessness. Even if you want to destroy him, you may not need weapon. Understand? The space of Advaita is the best strategy planner, whatever situation you are in. The space of Advaita can be the best war strategy, political strategy, business strategy, economic strategy, health strategy, and the strategy for productivity, highest possible life. Whoever lives in the space of Advaita, even when you are directly facing your own death, is liberated. The moment you fall into Dvandva, your life is gone. You are gone, your life is gone. Whole thing is waste. Whether you are fighting with the disease, fighting with a pattern, fighting with poverty, fighting with disturbed relationships, fighting with terrorists, fighting with society, fighting with anything, keep Advaita, the space of Advaita, as a strategy for your life. Please listen. Whole life is a business. Whole life is trading. You give something, receive something. Either you got more or you gave more, or you got and gave equally. Whatever is said and done, whole life is a business. Please understand, but the good news is, what you consider as you is the starting point. The best news is that can be just updated by the Advaita. Please understand, what you consider you is the position, trade position. If you consider you only dependent on your physical qualities, you only have depreciation asset. You only have depreciation value. But if you assess yourself based on the qualities you carry in your mind, it can be, you can be appreciation asset, means intelligence, your ability to handle any situation. How you perceive you, if it is just occupied, means your self-image, your identity about you, if it is occupied completely by your look, by your beauty, the physical dimension, please listen, you are making all your strategies and plans based on depreciation asset. More and more as time passes, life will be hell for you. Kala will bring suffering for you. Please understand. Strategy which brings best things as Kala passes is eternal strategies. If your perception about you is all based on your beauty, you are having exponentially depreciation asset. You can manage few more years with various creams and cosmetic items, but it will continue to depreciate.
So beautifully Swamiji revealed how non-violence only is the thing that can make your enemy powerless. By you completing your enmity, you are making your enemy powerless. By you making your enmity powerless, you are making your enemy powerless. Wow. This is such a beautiful cognition, isn't it? How all the violence that we carry makes us lose the contact that we have with existence. All the violence that we carry within ourselves, how it makes us completely become out of touch with existence. Every one of us are stuck in this, right? The continuously operating from the space of Advaita, non-violence. See, many times what happens is continuously we keep creating um, gaps in our life, which makes us again and again fall back into that space of violence where we start separating our individual existence from the existence of the cosmos. And that is exactly what makes us lose being in that space of oneness. Every step of your life, every action, every moment, every space you carry in your life, the space you carry every moment of your life, everything should be only from Advaita. Actually, all of you will be learning about a parallel universe called Janaloka. But one thing that I really clicked with that, Swamiji said, the principle that the Janaloka operates with is the principle of what if when done to you, how you would respond. The same thing only the others are dealt with. So if you are expecting life to be compassionate to you, you should be compassionate to life. If you are expecting life to be very friendly with you, you should be friendly with life. This is the context with which that parallel universe exists. So Swamiji tells the context is so pure, that it's so non-violent, that anyone, when they just exist from that space, even if one person experiences completion, everyone will experience completion. Even if one person experiences fulfillment, the whole group, every single being in Janaloka will experience fulfillment. That is why they feel, all of them will feel 10 times more empowered, because they'll feel like they're living in multiple bodies at the same time. That is what is this Janaloka, the space of Janaloka like. And why am I telling about that? Because in this, Swamiji explained, right, about how the very strategy you carry to exist in life comes from the space of non-violence, comes from the space of Advaita. Do not do unto others which when done to you will cause you pain or suffering. Do not do unto others which when done to you will cause you pain or suffering. This is the fundamental principle with which the entire cosmos functions. And the first key to experience Samipya Samadhi is to have this experience of oneness. The moment you think, oh, I am separate, life is separate, it's gone, that's all. Swamiji said, right? The moment you fall into the principle of Dvaita, thinking you are different and life is different, it's gone. Every one of you that are sitting here, please understand, every moment when you operate life from the space of Advaita, you are making your enemy powerless. This is such a beautiful satsang. I really love the way Swamiji explained and took us all through it. in the inner world, not having any conflict or contradiction about what you want, and projecting that, experiencing it without any conflict or contradiction in the outer world. Because inside you there is no conflict, not having conflict on the outer world is Advaita. And then you will experience Advaita as the very flow of your existence. Swamiji explained, right? When you are from that space of Advaita, cosmos rushes to make what you want happen. Where Swamiji told about the story of Prahalada. See, understand, let's take an example of the analogy of color in the crystals. The spatika or the brilliant crystal is pure in itself and has no particular color of its own. But when a colored object is brought near it, it reflects the same color and it appears to be of that color, blue, red, or whatever color it might be. In the same manner, Brahman, the Atman, is without any attribute, without anything. It's colorless, taintless, attributeless. But only the upadhis or the limiting adjuncts makes it appear as if it is of different qualities. Actually, this is a very, very beautiful example. By our nature, we are all not bound to any particular aspect or attribute. By your nature, you're not bound to be good. By your nature, you're not bound to be bad. By your nature, you're not bound to be lazy. By your nature, you're not bound to be active. By your true nature, we are completely causeless auspiciousness. We have nothing. There's no existence. See, like how by the nature, the water does not have any shape, right? You pour it in a bottle, it becomes a bottle shape. You pour it in a glass, it becomes a glass shape, correct? You pour it in a small balloon, it becomes in the shape of a balloon. Same way, our consciousness is without any shape, any color, any taste, anything. It remains as pure eternal consciousness. The only way it evolves, the only way you relate with it, when I say consciousness, I'm mentioning about the core of our being, our true existence. You are not bound to any form, you're not bound to any gender, you're not bound to any particular aspect, attribute. By your nature, you're pure, vast space as you exist. You reflect life however life establishes you. That is why you should never miss being in the space of Advaita. So, understand all the violence. Strategizing your life from the space of non-violence is Advaita. Strategizing your life, every decision of your life from the space of non-violence, that is Advaita. And that is what Swamiji explains. That's why Swamiji gave us all that example of the terrorist, correct? Swamiji said, even if someone is extremely violent in their own levels, your decisions should be based on eternal truths of non-violence. Now, let us take a few minutes. If you have any incompletion, pen that down. Any incident which is influencing you. Maybe someone would have cheated you in the past. So you have decided to be always very aware and cautious. You feel like, people cheat me, so I have to be careful. I don't want to trust people. Based on the influence of the past, where you let the present get influenced, please write it down. I request everyone to please write it down. Wherever you let the influence of the past affect your present decision. Now, as you are writing down in the second step, please go to Swamiji's Atmamurti. Please understand, listen very carefully. You would have written down saying, okay, I was cheated in the past. Someone took money from me, but they did not give me. Now, go to Swamiji's Atmamurti and talk the incident out. What was the exact wound? You decided never to share anything with anyone because once you got cheated with money. Please sit, understand all these are sitting in you as wounds and never letting you experience trust with life ever again. Always it keeps you in that insecurity. So now go to Swamiji's Atmamurti and you're going to be verbalizing the entire pain that you had, the exact experience that you had. Relive the past by speaking to Swamiji's Atmamurti. Take a few minutes. Please go to the Atmamurti and you're literally going to be telling Swamiji out, like how you share with your friend, right? Just talk to Swamiji, tell Swamiji, Swamiji, this is the incompletion I had, this is the suffering I had, this is what I felt so bad. Express whatever you felt to the Atmamurti. Understand, Swamiji is himself there listening. Just go to Swamiji's Atmamurti and talk. Just talk it out to Swamiji's Atmamurti. Tell the whole incident out, speak it out to Swamiji. Now, please relax. Slowly, you all can please relax. After you complete with Atmamurti, take a few minutes, just once, relive that whole incident inside of you. Understand, there's a big difference between you remembering something and you reliving something. For example, something happened in your life at the age of 8 or 9, which is still influencing your thinking. That is, you need to go back to that incident, that incompletion, the same thing that you all have written down, what you shared to Swamiji's Atmamurti. Now, you are going to go back to that same body of a 7-year-old or an 8-year-old and relive that whole incident completely. Relive and relieve yourself. Do the whole thing at least 2 times. It's a very important step and we request every one of you to please follow it. Invoke that incident in the mirror and relive all the emotions you went through. I request all the participants to do this sincerely. You will see the kind of an impact it will have. It will completely heal all the pain that you carry inside of you. So please take a few minutes. We request all of you to live, relive and relieve.
can come out from that state that you're in of intense completion. Hold that intense completion. The reliving of the incidents to relieve it from you. In that space, that pure empty space that comes within you. When you do completion, how you feel so much new energy which is coming out, because all the energy that was being held by that incompletion is now released for you to use. How many of you are feeling that? Amongst all the participants, how many of you are actually feeling that surge of energy within you because of the completion? It goes a quick yes. You are feeling that intense energy that comes because every pattern you have within you, like 95% of our life, we run based on our patterns. Those patterns which have gotten into us before the age of 7. Now when we do the completion, all the energy, that 95% of our life energy that is stuck within those patterns, every time is released to you for you to be able to manifest your life. Only 5% of your whole day that you're actually spending in manifestation. Normally, when you live your life outside the normal world, there's only 5% of your time you are spending in manifesting. The remaining 95% you're doing it as a habit, as a pattern. But this completion breaks that patterns, opens up that energy which is being sucked into your patterns for you to use for your manifestation. Today, in the beautiful day where we're going to be understanding throughout how to build relationships, how we can live a complete, fulfilled life when it comes to relationships. We are doing a set of very beautiful powers, starting with the power of shifting someone's inner space. Yes, you heard me right. It is shifting someone's inner space. We just heard from Swamiji how when someone holds enmity towards you, when the minute you drop the enmity, they become irrelevant. Because when your inner space shifts, their inner space has to shift as you are the one projecting them out there. How many of you are understanding this? It's a very subtle concept which we have to grasp very importantly. Anything that happens in our life externally, it may be some fight that's happening, it may be a case that's happening on you, it may be even the good things where you're enjoying having a lot of fun with your friends, you're passing an exam, you're acing at your job, you're about to get a promotion, or else your colleagues are not very happy with you, they think that you're being really bossy. Whatever it may be, these situations outside are a result of the space you hold inside. Take it like this. In your dream, let's say in your dream, you're walking on the street and someone comes and slaps you. When you wake up, you're not going to go and fight with that person because you understand it's your manifestation, right? You created it in your dream for whatever reason. The same way, even in this reality, you are creating what you perceive. Only when we wake up from this reality, we will realize it. But now, when we live by that truth, you will see very, very clearly every time you shift your inner space, every time you have a cognition change, how life starts responding to you differently. Are we ready? In this power, they are going to be having that shift in another person. You're going to be connecting to any one person. Please, you can connect to someone who is not within the program, or you can connect to someone who's there in your Zoom itself. This power, you're going to be shifting their inner space. With this power, any situation in life that comes up, anything that happens where you're feeling it's not going the way you want it to, you'll be able to instantaneously shift it and manifest your life exactly as you want it. Are you ready? Now, we're going to be manifesting that science of how Swamiji said, getting rid, where you don't have any enmity in life, when you don't hold enmity with life, none of your enemies can hold enmity with you. Swamiji says, I only accept friend requests, I don't accept any enemy requests. That is what is the science of shifting another person's inner space. Now, let's start. Connect to a partner. There's a very clear science that we're going to be doing for the manifestation of this power. First, connect to a partner and request their consent. Understand? This, when you're doing this power manifestation, requesting your partner's consent is very important. Now, I said, like in your life, your people outside of you, their spaces will shift. When you're doing that, it's only your inner space that you're shifting. As this power we're doing, when we're connecting particularly to a person, you're going to help them shift their inner space to manifest a certain reality that they want to in life. So, you will request their consent, explain to them the power that you're going to be shifting their inner space to help them manifest a certain reality that they really want to in life. It may be they want to get a job promotion. It may be that they're trying to win a court case. They really need the money to pay their bills this month. Or they want a happy relationship. They want to attend Paramashivoham. They want to become a SJP Yajaman, a Sarvanyapita, Karta or Yajaman. Any reality that you want to manifest for them, that they want to manifest in their life, but they're somehow not able to. They need some shift. They're trying to start a new business, but somehow it's not happening. It's not starting off. Or they've started a business and it's not taking off. They're not able to get much profit from it. Anything as simple as this that they want to manifest in their life. You can ask one thing that your friend or your partner who you're connecting to wants to manifest in life. Let's start. Connect to your partner and ask them one thing that they want to manifest. Now, once they have shared with you that one reality that they want to manifest, first let's listen. Let's understand the whole process before we start the manifestation. I see some of you are already starting. Just now, let's listen and understand the whole process, this whole science that we're going to be doing. Every power manifestation is a pure science. First, you're going to scan what is the thought current that is stopping them to manifest. See, anything that's not happening in reality is a result of our inner space. This is a very clearly even scientifically proven, which is when life is not moving around you, it's because you're not able to believe that it can move. There is some thought current within you that is not allowing it to happen. Now, you're going to scan for your partner and identify what that thought current is. They may be able to, they may be knowing it or they may not be knowing it right now. For example, they want to manifest they want to manifest a Sarvanyapita payment. which they're not able to. For example, the thought current that may be appearing in your third eye is postponing. They're having a deep incompletion, a deep pattern of postponing, where every time something comes up, they feel it's okay, let me do it tomorrow, or let me do it a little later, not right now. So you can share whatever appears in your third eye with them. Or else something may come up like they have fear about doing. They have some kind of fear in relating with life and opening up towards life. Like this, any pattern may appear. Then ask them if they're able to relate with it. Okay, this is the first part which we're going to be doing. Scanning what is the thought current that is becoming an obstacle for them. Then holding that, whatever that pattern is there within them, holding that in your inner space. What is that reality they want to manifest? Hold that within you and chant the Mahavakya. Visualize Swamiji. Open the Living Enlightenment book. Please have a copy of the Living Enlightenment book either online or physical with you. She will give you the answer. The Living Enlightenment book, Swamiji has said, is a goddess, is a living deity. She will give you the powerful cognition which will exactly shift your partner's inner space. That powerful cognition, when you feel the shift within you, surrender that powerful cognition in your Ananda Gandha and feel that shift in your understanding of life. Then, when you share your powerful cognition with your partner, automatically within them, the shift has to happen. Are we understanding? Let's start. Now, start and scan the exact thought current that is an obstacle right now for them to manifest the reality that they want to. Start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes. Now you can share with your partner whatever the impossibility, the pattern within them that you were able to see. Share it and help them guide through it, how they are able to see it in their life. Make them understand how the pattern is there in their life, and once they're seeing, they're able to relate with it. They're able to see that as a strong incompletion within them. Now we're going to shift their inner space to manifest their reality. How? Keep the Living Enlightenment book with you, either the soft copy or the hard copy. Have the Mahavakya, sit straight, close your eyes, and just visualize Swamiji intensely in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya and open the Living Enlightenment book. The page which she shows you. Remember, Swamiji has said the Living Enlightenment book is the essence of all his teachings he has ever given and he will ever give. She is intelligent and she keeps updating herself. So whatever powerful cognition the book is showing you, take that powerful cognition, surrender it in your Ananda Gandha, feel the shift, and then share it with your partner. Now do the second part of the manifestation. Shift your partner's inner space by shifting your inner space. The powerful cognition from the living enlightened movement.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Once you have shared your powerful cognition with your partner, let them feel that shift. Now, you can tell them that with Swamiji's grace, with the power of Swamiji that he has given you the initiation, and with the powerful cognition from the Living Enlightenment book, that reality they want to manifest is going to manifest for them very, very soon. You can tell them instantly now their reality will manifest if they take that powerful cognition, make it their cognition, and apply it in their life towards the pattern that's stopping them. Now, we're entering into a very beautiful session. How many of you have a kind of way of relating with people in life where you feel it's not the way you want it to be? You have like some kind of incompletion, some kind of fight that constantly arises within a certain relationship in your life. There is a same back and forth that goes on which does not allow you to expand in that relationship. How many of you have felt that? I'm sure many of you would have surely felt that, where you feel that, when you relate with people, somehow there is always the same kinds of conversations, the same kinds of fight that keeps getting rehashed and rehashed and rehashed. That is because in life, are we seeing our relationship as patterns or as possibility? Are we seeing the person as we have seen him yesterday? When, let's say, I'm relating with my friend. Now, am I seeing my friend the way she was yesterday? Let's say yesterday we had a fight over which restaurant we should go and eat in. Am I seeing her from the same eyes that, oh, she never agrees to anything I say, only I have to do what she says? If you look at her from that pattern, you will recreate that within her. But when you do the completion, look at her as a completely new person. See, every time you see someone, every time you relate with someone, you would have seen your dog or your pet if you have one. You would just have gone out the door and come back to be so happy to see you, to be jumping all around you. It would not even have been 5 minutes since you met it last. That is the space where you see constantly everybody in your life is a possibility. Nobody is the same even for 2 seconds. There's a saying that you can never put your leg in the same river twice. Swamiji says you can never put your leg in the same river even once, because by the time you've put your leg in, already the water has changed. That way, when nobody can be the same, even now when you're talking to them, the next statement, they're not the same. Constant expansion is happening within them. When you start perceiving life like this, life will start perceiving you that way. Where Swamiji tells you have to live around people that are constantly seeing you as a possibility. This is what we're going to be understanding, this science of relating to life and being related to by life as a possibility. Relationships, patterns, or possibilities. Let's now hear about this from Swamiji.
Husband sent a text to his wife at night. Hi, I'll get late. Please try and wash all my dirty clothes. And make sure you prepare my favorite dish before I return for dinner. He sent another text. And I forgot to tell you that I got an increase in my salary at the end of this month. I'm getting you a new car. She immediately texts back, oh my God, really? Husband replied, no, just I wanted to make sure you got my first message. Husband texts to wife on cell. Hey, what are you doing, darling? Wife, I am dying. Husband jumps with joy, but types, sweetheart, how can I live without you? Wife texts back, you idiot, I am dyeing my hair. Husband, bloody English language. Boss hangs a poster in the office. I am the boss, do not forget. He goes to lunch and comes back from lunch break. He finds a slip on his desk. Your wife called and she wants her poster back home. Understand, relationships can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns or liberation. Pattern or possibility, it can lead you to more and more space of possibility. The first and foremost fundamental relationship that exists for you is the relationship between your pattern and your possibility. Please understand. Listen, I am not talking about with whom you relate, with what you relate. I am not talking about your relationship with your husband, wife, brother, sister, father, mother. I am not talking even about all that. I am talking about from which space you start relating. I tell you, if you relate from the space of possibility, even if you live with a large family, you are a great sannyasi, enlightened being. If you relate based on the patterns, even if you are living alone, you are bound, patta, fallen, grihastha. Understand? Grihastha or sannyasi, bound or liberated, is no way connected to the number of people you live with or relate with. It connects with the space from which you operate. If you see every human being as a possibility, for that, you also should see you as a possibility. Understand? When you see you as possibility, you will see everyone as a possibility. When you see everyone as a possibility, life, wherever you may be living, whatever you may be doing, you will be living with Vijaya Lakshmi. Means the Lakshmi of victory. Don't say my neighbor house is Vijay Lakshmi. My neighbor name is Vijay Lakshmi. When I said the word Vijay Lakshmi, I meant the Lord, the deity of victory, the goddess of victory. Please understand. How you see you, how you see others, how you see you and how you see others. All relationships you experience in your life can only from two space, two frames. One, listen. Please listen, because I am giving you the punch statements for your life. One, inside the frame and perception given by your pattern. Inside the frame and perception given by your possibility. When you are able to see people as possibility, you will have tremendous patience. You will wait, and go on reminding. I am nothing but a reminder. I am nothing but a reminder. When you see the possibilities, I can say in a way, eternal reminder. When I see the possibilities, please understand, when I see the possibilities, your cognition starts functioning based on compassion. I tell you, please understand, even if you feel suffocating, imprisoned, live with a person who sees your possibility. Even if you feel free, liberated, don't live with people who see you only from pattern. I am defining real freedom and real bondage. Living with a person who sees your possibility, who sees yourself as a possibility, who has seen his possibility and who sees you as possibility. Even life around him, with him, feels like suffocating or bondage. Live with him. The fourth principle, enriching, can empower you in the zone of relationships. If you are feeling powerless in your relationships, be very clear, you will be powerless with the relationship with yourself. Relationship with yourself and relationship with others both happen from the same space. In the relationship with the others, if you are feeling powerless, you will have the same powerlessness in the relationship with you. Relationship with you, if you are feeling powerful, complete, relationship with others, you will feel same powerful completeness, enriching. How this principle is going to heal your relationship with you and your relationship with others, make you feel powerful with regards to relationship with others and relationship with you, enriching. The principle of enriching, how it can be used to make yourself powerful in the zone of relationship with you and relationship with others. You have only two possibilities. First, heal, enrich your relationship with you. Do swapurnatva, self-completion, by bringing integrity with you, authenticity with you, responsibility about you, enriching yourself. Listen, I ask you to bring these three qualities in you as a first priority. That does not mean I am asking you to do only this. You have to be doing it simultaneously with you and others also. Only then it happens in you. When you bring completion to you, relationship with you starts. Enriching yourself starts. If you don't have confidence, you can look at you, you can be with you, you are comfortable with you, you can raise yourself by yourself. Who can be with you? Who else can look at you? Who else will be comfortable with you? I tell you, in the cosmic constitution, the first amendment is you should be taught to be comfortable with you. That is your first amendment right. Man should be comfortable with himself. You should be able to be comfortable with you. That is the first amendment in cosmic constitution. Freedom of speech comes second. You have freedom to speak with others only if you have freedom to speak with you. If you decide strongly, usually the conscious birth being does not want to get in, will not get in to the unconscious, but life gives you the possibility of everything. All possibilities are given to you, are provided to you. So understand the possibility exists in life. That is why it is called life. Every time when you are living, the possibility for all the dimensions are open to you, available to you, and waiting for you.
The next question is from Mary Bernard. Nithyanandam Swamiji, you have already spoken of the destructiveness of suicide. Some states and countries allow patients who are suffering with a terminal illness to practice assisted death. It is strictly regulated. Usually the family gathers around the patient and some kind of painless lethal injection is given as per the patient's wishes and instruction. Could you comment on this?
Cosmos does not agree this mercy killing. As Mahadeva already read out, it will be considered either suicide or murder. If the patient agrees, it will be considered as suicide. If the patient does not agree, it will be considered as murder. But all the people who help and make this happen will be treated for murder in the cosmic law.
The next question is from Sudarshini Madan. Dear Swamiji, why there is so much of fear on death? How did the relationships emerged to be an important thing in our life?
Anything you don't understand, don't want to understand, does not have the brain capacity to understand, fear surrounds it. Unknown is always fear for any living being. Now understand Mahadeva himself, the source of the creation, the source of the existence, source of the eternity, is revealing these great truths again and again and again. Listen to these great truths, chant these great truths. This will liberate you from the fear. When your cognizance is based on these great truths, cosmic secrets, you will be free from the fear. The fear is nothing but the projection of negativity on the future possibility. It is not necessary you need to continuously project negativity or positivity on the future possibility. Simply seeing the future possibility without projecting negativity or positivity onto it is living prarabdha. So the fear comes into your system only when you project your fear, your negativity on the future possibilities. Negativities, the negative ideas does not need to be projected on the future possibility. Relationships gives you the feeling it is very important in the life, because through every relationship you try to have extended life. While you are living, whatever your body and mind cannot do for your interests and pleasure, you try to fulfill through the body and minds of your relationships. And same way, whatever they cannot fulfill through their body and mind, they are trying to fulfill through your body and mind. So mutually each other helping to fulfill the other's interests through body and minds of each other is relationships. If both of you understand the interests of each other and ready to support each other's fulfillment, it is called successful relationship. There comes love, compassion, sacrifice and spiritual growth. But if both of them are not understanding the real agendas of others, interests of others, continue the relationship, maybe because one person has hidden interests, hidden agendas which he does not want to reveal it to the other, or which he himself is not aware. When these kind of situations arise, relationship breaks or relationships continue to exist with being exploited, with exploitation, these kind of relationships lead to the worst grave sin of keeping the other person as slave. Whenever the slavery happens, cosmos strongly condemns it. So no slavery is allowed in the cosmos. Cosmos is strictly against slavery because slavery is equivalent to the murder of partial time. In slavery, even if the other person has their body and mind, it is equivalent to they are killed, they are murdered, because that body and mind is not useful to that person anymore. So, relationship with an open, mutual interest should be encouraged, and it supports both the beings to evolve towards the fulfillment and finally the understanding how many bodies and minds you may use to fulfill your interests, that your interests are not going to lead you to your restful awareness. So that understanding may help you to renounce all the interests and even your own body and mind and settle down in restful awareness. So this understanding will naturally be leading you towards enlightenment. Going smoothly towards that understanding will be happening through the right understanding relationships. The relationships with the mood of exploiting other person with a hidden agenda without you revealing it to the other person about your interests, or you yourself may not knowing it by yourself, will lead to more and more destruction, depression. If the relationships continues, it will be the sin of slavery. If it breaks, it will be giving you a great divide, depression, feeling of emptiness. So the science of relationship is trying to have more body and minds to fulfill your interests, and trying to give the other person also your body and mind to fulfill his interests. As long as it is mutual, it is with a deep understanding, it should be encouraged, supported and blessed. Relationships with deep understanding with each other is equivalent to the conscious birth. Relationships without mutual understanding but still not broken is equivalent to unconscious life. Relationships without mutual understanding broken is equivalent to death. All unconscious life will be afraid of death and end in death. Same way, all relationships which does not have mutual understanding will constantly have fear of being broken. Finally, it will break and bring tremendous suffering to both the persons who are involved in it. Understand the science of relationships. It is not just the phenomena of the mind, it's a phenomena of the body. Do not collapse relationships. Please understand. Do not illogically collapse relationships. It will directly affect some part of your body. unless you are logically completely convinced that this relationship can't be maintained, this is going to be abusive, it is going to be disturbing and disrupting your life, don't collapse any relationship. That is why I always insist when people come to me asking they want to break their family, they want to go for divorce, I tell them wait for some more time. They say, no, Swamiji, anyhow I have decided I can't live with her, I can't live with him, better let me break now. Why torture? I tell them no. If you are tortured, your muscle memory and biomemory will strongly start believing this is more disruptive, this is not the way you want to live. Then if you break, you will not have any physical diseases. But before your biomemory or muscle memory is convinced, only when your head, the mind is convinced, if you break, the collapsing will simply turn into a disease inside you. That is why I insist, wait for some more time. Whether your muscle memory or biomemory changes your decision or it is going to support your decision, let's see. husband sent a text to his wife at night.
Nithyananda, Swamiji had very beautifully revealed in the satsang how every relationship in our life gives us two possibilities. It can become a possibility for us where we experience new breakthroughs, new shifts, or it can be a pattern in us, being in that same continuous rut. Every relationship is both a pattern or a possibility. But how we make it, are you going to keep it as a pattern or are you going to keep it as a possibility, is in your hands. Swamiji has revealed a very, very important truth here. Every relationship in your life, you have the possibility to lead it to a space of possibility or to keep it in pattern. Whenever you are in the space of completion, you are making it into a possibility. Whenever you are in the space of incompletion, those relationships remain a pattern inside of you. So the relationships remain as a pattern. Completion is a state where you have nothing holding you in the present moment, and it brings a free space inside you where you will connect with life in present moment in a fresh, spontaneous way. Okay, now I'd like to ask a question to all the participants here. Can I request every one of you to post how many of you have relationships in life where you feel it is the same way, how much ever I try, I'm not able to change this person? Can you put, you can put more specific. Can I request each of you to please post? Can I request each of the participants to post which relationship it is and why do you feel it is stuck? Like for example, sometimes we'll have, no matter how many times I try to resolve, every time I end up in a conflict with my daughter. No matter how much I change, my spouse does not understand me. How many of you have such relationships in your life where you feel, you know, how much ever you tried, it is not working out? Okay, Madhivyananda has posted, I feel like I'm not able to influence or change most people in my life. Only person I can influence a bit slowly is my father. Okay. Ma Diana saying, okay, never, I don't know when I should give up. Okay. Okay, Ma Christina, great. All the others, come on. Ma Navamani, Ma Uma Subramaniam. Okay, Ma Chetana also has posted. All of you listen carefully. Every time you connect to your relative, your relationship, spouse, daughter, son, mother, father, any relationships in life, again and again, you put yourself back into that same pattern. Understand? If you hold every moment of your life is fresh. If I wear the same purple glass and I see someone, they are going to appear purple to me. Each of us carry a mold, like a cookie cutter, right? You take a particular shape and you put that on that person. Okay, my spouse should be like extremely understanding, sensitive, loving, and he should say yes to everything. We will put that kind of a frame. Whenever that relationship does not fit into that frame, we start experiencing conflict. Ma Krista, you have brought up a very important point. You have put, no matter how many people I tried with, it's the same. Understand, when you put a purple glass, whether you see a red rose, white wall, or a pink lotus, or some rainbows, everything is going to be influenced by that purple layer that you add on top. The problem is not with the person. The problem is with the pattern that you perceive that person as. Are you understanding? Sorry for that technical glitch. So, yes, Ma, Krista, I just wanted to answer your question, Ma. See, many times, the moment you are saying, right, I have had relationships with multiple people, but the person seems to not change. The same cycle that I get stuck into again and again and again. Understand? It is like this. The moment you see a person, especially watching movies or with the ideas we pick up from different sources, you hear from your friends or you hear from movies, read from books, we all make up a certain idea of how a daughter should be, how a father should be, how a spouse should be. We create a frame. We try to go on imposing that frame on anyone that comes into our life. sometimes you will see somebody is looking as if like they fit into that frame. But as you start getting closer and closer, that's what is like the Swamiji will say, that's the mirage effect. Like how when you're traveling from far, you look like a beautiful puddle or something is there. But when you travel closer and closer and closer, you'll realize it was just a mirage. Same way, when in the relationships, in the beginning, it'll all be good, it'll all be flowery, nice, beautiful. And as you start getting into that relationship, that is when all the patterns start getting triggered. And then you will start feeling, oh, this is not the person I loved. But unfortunately, you loved your idea about that person, not that person. You create a mold. You try to force that other person to fit into that template. And when that person does not fit into the template, you say, all right, come on, he's not meant for me. Then come on, take that frame and go and try to force another person into it. No, life, you cannot fit people into the frames that you want them to fit into. If I am going to wear a purple glass, whether I see Ma Chetana or whether I see Ma Navamani or whether I see Ma Vani Goyal, all of them are going to appear purple to me. Oh, I cannot complain. Why is Vani looking purple to me? Because the problem is not with her. The problem is with the mirror, the glass that I'm wearing. If I am going to look through the purple glass, then I am going to see everyone around me purple. But what do? We wear a purple glass and we say, oh God, this person is only coming in purple. I don't like purple. I want pink color. And then you go and try to look at someone else. Everyone is going to be reflecting that same thing back to you again and again and again. Because the problem is with the way you perceive, the incompletion that you carry. Understanding this, very, very, very important to cognize this. Because all the time we keep thinking it's someone from outside. We keep thinking that, okay, it's this person, that person. There are people who tend to abuse you, who tend to take over you. They do exist. I'm not saying for that. Like my Krista Menat has asked, what to do with people who chronically abuse others? Do I keep them in my life? No. You're not, understanding that you are the source, therefore you are responsible for everything. And understanding how others are a reflection of you, all these understandings are not to put you in powerlessness, but to empower you, that you, with your will, your decision, you have the power to change. You have the power to change anything. You have the power to transform anything. I hope it's Ma Kela Brosad also has posted. I just wanted to add to that. Ma Kela Brosad has posted, no matter how great my hygiene is, theirs never changes. She's saying the only solution is to stop living with them. I do carry the cognition that most men have bad hygiene because I have witnessed it over the years. There have been few exceptions. My fiance has had greater hygiene. My male relatives, not at all. Please understand, Ma Kela, as long as you carry that cognition, anyone you look at, you're going to look at from that perspective only. So what happens? See, if that is the purple glass that you are wearing, that is what Swamiji tells. You are looking at everyone as a pattern. You are judging everyone based on your pattern of your previous judgments, based on your previous few incidents. The person who you met 5 years before who was not hygienic, the person who you met 5 months before who was not hygienic, and the person who you met 5 minutes before was not hygienic are all not connected. They are independent occurrences in your life. You are clutching all of them and coming to a conclusion, all men are not hygienic and therefore I am going to be incomplete. No. But that is how we all carry pattern-based relationships in life. Ma Krista Menat, please understand, Ma, I am not saying that the people who abuse you also you're supposed to keep them with you. No. I'm only telling the incompletion that you carry. See, one person abuses, second person abuses. Now, by the time you create a judgment that, okay, every relationship is going to be abusive, what happens? then only abusive relationships will keep manifesting to you again and again. It is like first time you go to the mirror, you stand in front of the mirror, and then let's say you raise your hand. Naturally, the mirror will raise its hand. Second time you raise the hand, mirror raises its hand. By third time, if you go to the mirror and keep your hand raised and say, look, the mirror is even now not dropping its hands, it will not drop, it will reflect what is inside of you. You might not be the reason for the abuse happening to you, but you are responsible for the suffering of that abuse that you're carrying inside of you. There's a big difference. You're not the reason of why people come and abuse you, but you are responsible for the suffering that you carry inside you because of those abusive relationships. Ma Christina is asking, I'm also in love. How can I deepen that love considering the world and struggling to find balance in life? That's a very nice question. Actually, you will be learning about that further, but just to give you a brief answer about that in this thing. The moment you stop trying to fit another person into your mold, you will start really experiencing love. We always try to fit. Okay, you have a certain idea about your boyfriend. You want him to fit that mold. Okay, he should care. He should spend so much time with me. He should give this. He should do this. You carry a certain amount of like an idea or a judgment. Okay. Now, based on that idea, based on that judgment that you carry, as long as that person seems to fit, you will be okay. The moment that person is leaving, is not fitting in that frame, you start falling into incompletion. You need to understand everyone cannot fit into your frame. You trying to fit someone else into your frame is violence. Start completing with that. You will really experience love. Ma Christina, you would have formed certain opinions, judgments, and ideas, right? Only when you drop those judgments and start discovering that person for who they are. As long as you have some reason of why you love them. I love them because they look like this. I love them because they speak like this. All of that is temporary. Everything. If your love is based on an ephemeral quality of someone, it is not love. The moment you find out the eternal component means I like that person with out of that space of completion, then that relationship will give you real love. You're understanding, Mama Christina? Ma Chetana is also asking a question. How do we find hope or possibility to live with abusive person over years and never changed and still see the same behavior, which I see as their natural behavior? Ma Chetana, the first and foremost thing that you need to understand is that we look at things from the space we are in. Understand, I am not denying people have their innate qualities. That is true. But how you have to deal with them, how to get them into completion with you, how to get yourself into completion with them, starts first from us establishing ourselves in the space of completion. Understand? When you start cognizing inside of you that whatever you're experiencing in your life is starting from some cognition that you are carrying inside of you. It is starting with some incompletion that is there inside of you. You will understand and realize actually almost 80% of the problems are nothing but the incompletions that you are holding on to and trying to project it on the other person. Are you understanding, Machetana? When you start seeing that, automatically you will get the intelligence. Even the remaining 20%, you will understand how you can transform your relationship with that. Sneha Patel is asking, what to do when you stop seeing any good in them and also wonder what got you into this relationship? See, Sneha, again, it starts with
the completion that we carry first within ourselves. Most of the times, the relationships that we are seeing outside is not the relationship we are actually seeing outside. It is from the past ideas, the hangovers from the past that's sitting in the present and affecting your future. For example, you had the same experience with your math teacher when you were 6 years old. So when you're growing up and then you go into your office, you see the same behavior in your boss. And then you see the same thing with your mother-in-law. Now, it is not with your mother-in-law or your boss. It is first starting with the incompletion, the suffocation that relationship with your math teacher had caused in you when you were just 6 years old. Like I had one math teacher who was, I forgot her name. I think Kasturi Mama, something like that. I was just 8, 9 years old. And the first time she had hit me when I was small for something, I didn't do homework or something like that. And like, I used to feel she's always partial. She likes certain people and she does not like certain people. And further after that, like after a few years, much later, after I joined Gurukul, I still used to project the same thing on my teachers. There's a new math teacher in us, like in Gurukul, and I used to tell her that I went and told her, look, you're being very partial. I feel, see, at least in Gurukul, we have the freedom, like you can talk openly and like, you know, they'll help you understand, they'll give you spiritual understanding. So I actually went to her and I told her, Ma, I feel you are being partial. You only teach this person more, you don't teach me. She said, wait. Why do you say that? Then I gave her one example. She helped me understand how that situation was my own perception, like how I put two different things together and I actually perceived something that was not even existing. It was causing so much of a disturbance in me, so much of an incompletion in me. And then when I actually went and spoke to her, she explained to me, look, it's not the way you saw it. And she explained to me. She told how, like, I'm just giving you an example in this because like, this is how first time I learned this concept. And then she told me, oh, look, I'm going and talking to him just to help him understand because he's weak in the subject. You're good at it. So I didn't spend the same amount of time with you. And he went for these activities, something she explained to me at that time. And I understood it. And then she asked me, why is it that you made that statement? I said, I just felt it. So I made it. She said, no, look in. It doesn't come just like that as a instinctive response to some situation. But it is coming from something that's much deeper in you, not from this moment, but somewhere in your childhood. See how many times you have felt that life is always partial towards you. I said, so many times. I felt the same thing in my 10th grade. I felt the same thing in my 7th grade. I felt the same thing when I was much younger. Teachers kept changing, but I projected the same thing. When I understood that it started with a simple, silly incident. My math teacher hit me for me not doing the homework, but left my friend who also did not do the homework. It caused so much of incompletion in me. And till like I'm 14, when this incident happened, I was 14. I'm like, at that age also the same pattern was still continuing. I'm projecting the same math teacher on this Gurukul teacher too. Understand, so many times this is what we do. We go on blaming outside and it looks very real. Till that time I completed with this cognition, I really felt that everyone, all these people are being partial towards me. It was like very realistic. But no sound. Sorry. Nithyanandam, are you able to hear me? Nithyanandam? Okay, thank you. See, yes, I'll repeat the last line. See, most of the time, you are holding on to certain cognitions, incompletions from the past, and you're projecting that. It'll appear very real, very factual. They say, right, that mirage effect in the desert, like where, when people are, it happens even in summer days, even when you're traveling on the road, you really feel like in a certain distance, it looks like there's water. But as you go closer, the water disappears. Same thing, you go on projecting some mirage in your life, you really think it is real because you only see what you choose to see. This is like when I understood this, till then I was actually carrying that as an incompletion towards that teacher. I was thinking that, okay, she's also being very partial. She doesn't like me. She likes only the other kid. How much ever I say she doesn't like me, she's very partial. I had my own list of incompletions that I carried with her. When she walked me through this and she made me understand that, okay, so it's not the situation actually outside is like that, but I am thinking about it like that. Understand, we all carry certain incompletions from a very young age, which we go on and on and on, projecting it outside on different people, perceive that they are doing the same thing to us. Today, cognize this. Understand, first, when you bring completion inside of you, suddenly the world outside also starts transforming for two reasons. One, really because life outside is nothing but a reflection of you. When you transform, first, your cognitions mature. So the way you see matures. It's like you're taking off that filter that you're usually filtering reality from, you take off that. And second, the other people also in their inner space start transforming. I just want to add one thing here. See, many of you are asking about what if that relationship is extremely abusive, that you should not, they're not good doing anything good to you anymore. Listen very carefully. We are not saying even if someone is toxic, someone is abusive, someone is like, physically like abusing you and you're not able to be in that relationship anymore, you have to continue. No. But there's a difference. Many times, like Ma Krista Manad, in the example that you had mentioned, no matter how many spouses, like how many different times you got into different relationships, but you saw all your spouses that you have been into relationship with are exactly in the same point it ends. Understand, there are two different things. One is whether to be in a relationship or not, both should not be taken from an incompletion. Sometimes you'll feel extremely lonely. Someone will come and say, hey, you know what? I'll always be there with you. In that spur of a moment, you will feel like, oh God, this person is everything to me. And you will feel like someone is there for me. And in that moment, you will jump into an idea and you will take a decision and you will decide you can go ahead with it. Right? But the same way, when they start operating out of incompletions, then you will start feeling like, oh, it is not working out, it is not right, and you will leave it. But both are wrong. You cannot take a yes or no for a relationship out of incompletion, even if it is an relationship where you feel that person is the best. Take the decision out of completion, not in your temporary high or a temporary low. Because both times your illusions, life will like exaggerate the situation 10 times more than what they are. Okay, let me ask you all this question. How many times each of you have had arguments or some conflict in your relationship where you felt, oh, is it just this? If I would have been a little bit more calmer, I think I could have handled it better. I think this whole argument was not really worth it. How many of you felt like that? Can you put yes in the chat? You will suddenly have a big fight. But after the fight, you'll feel like, after all, I don't think this much was needed. How many of you have had like that? Okay, Ma Krista is saying, of course. Come on, can I request everyone to put? How many of you have had? Okay, so many of you are putting Ma Sukha Yoga, Ma Dhyana, Ma Jayanti. Okay, listen very carefully. Whenever you are fighting at that time, you will actually feel it is legitimate. You will feel like, oh God, what I'm saying is right. This person is doing wrong to me. This can't happen. This can't happen. That one thing will ring 100 times in you. You will react so much. You will come to drastic decision. You'll say, let me divorce. But end of the day, in that spur of the moment, because your one incompletion got triggered, you will just fall into that rut, that cycle, and you will destroy that whole relationship. When I say you, I don't just mean your side. Sometimes it happens from the other side also. That is why it is crucial to have the space of completion. Sometimes in a joy, temporary joy. Today, if you see so many young kids who get into relationship, why do they get into relationship? They see a movie, they listen to that, that romantic songs in the movie and how that hero sees the heroine and gives her a rose and all that and looks so flowery and nice to them. They really start liking that concept of love so much. Any boy that walks on the road and just comes and tells them sweetly 2 words, that actually that person falls for it. Whether boy or girl, it's the same. And after some time, they will get into breakups and all that because both sides will not even be ready. Both are wrong. You breaking a relationship or forming a relationship in your temporary high or low is wrong. Come to the space of completion. Make sure you're dropping all that incompletion, suffering, pain that you carry in you. From that, the decision you make will be the right decision. Are you understanding? Are all of you understanding? Okay. Now, this one cognition, Swamiji is saying, right? This is what is judging a relationship as pattern. You have a pattern. You create a pattern. Okay. People will come, let's say when you are young, okay? Your mom gives more chocolates to your brother than you. At that moment, you start developing the pattern. People like my brother more than me. People don't like me. After that, you may grow up and you may really feel like your mom was just trying because he was a young kid after all. But you may not hold that incompletion with your mother. As you grow up, you will start holding that incompletion with your teacher. You will see in your school, from that same frame, you will look at it. Okay, how is life not being fair to me now? One incident is where your teacher would have told another kid, your project is very nice. That's all. You will form a conclusion. See, even my teacher does not like me. She is giving more love to her than me. After some time, as you grow up in your college, your friends, you will feel your best friend is not really valuing you. You are only going behind her, but she doesn't care about you. She only wants to be with others. After you grow up with your boyfriends, or after you grow up with your fiance, then your husband, then your children, the person, the people whom you have the judgment about varies, but your judgment remains the same. You always feel life is very unfair to you. That is how we all form incompletions. That is what is called as judging relationships as patterns and not as possibility. So many decisions to divorce, to break the relationships, fight. Today, whenever I read the news, it is so saddening to see people get so irritated, angry. They suspect their husband and wives and they get into relationships or break the relationship. Sometimes it goes to the extent of physical assault to the other person. That extent it goes because it starts building like this. It starts building as minor irritations. I remember this one incident Swamiji shares always has made a big impact in me. And I keep sharing this incident. One day, a person came to Swamiji for darshan. He came to Swamiji and he said, Swamiji, I can't handle this anymore. Please bless me to have a divorce with my wife. And Swamiji tells, this incident is actually there in the Guaranteed Solutions book. Swamiji will tell this man that, hey, you know what?
I only bless people to form relationships. How can I bless to break a relationship? You tell me what the issue is. Let me find out what we can do, how we can resolve it. He tells, no, Swamiji, you don't understand. My spouse, you can't, nobody can handle my spouse. She's most violent person. Then Swamiji says, all right, I'm not saying a yes or no to it. Let us understand. You tell what exactly your problem is. And this man goes on telling Swamiji, it is not possible. You don't know, Swamiji. Just my wife tried to kill me. Swamiji said, why? What happened? Why are you feeling that? He tells that because when she was coming today, when I was sitting and I was waiting to go to the office and I was telling her I am stressed, and she comes and she was giving me the coffee and she poured the coffee on me. Swamiji said, okay, how did it happen? No, Swamiji, you don't know. She said it is a mistake, but I don't think it's a mistake. You don't know, Swamiji, on the day we were getting married also there is a game. Actually, in Hindu marriages, right? Just to get that comfortability between the spouses, they'll have a game where in a water pot, the spouse, both the husband and wife to be, should go and search for a ring. So this man brings up that incident. He says, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Even that day, she scratched my hand. Swamiji said, clutching one or two incidents, that one and another incident, this man has come up to a conclusion that the wife is trying to even kill him. He is so deluded by his incompletions. For him, it seems legit. He feels like, yes, she has been harmful to me. She is not doing this. She is not cooperating. And today she's pouring coffee. Tomorrow she may pour acid. He actually told this to Swamiji. Swamiji asked him, maybe she poured coffee by accident. He told Swamiji, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Today she's pouring coffee. Tomorrow she'll pour acid on me. And he wants to take a divorce because of this incident. Understand, it is always it is like this. It builds up like this. Sometimes it becomes too late. It is not one side, it is both sides. Husband feels like this. Wife, we don't know what she will be having. Wife will also have the same incompletions. But because the science of completion is not practiced, we come to drastic conclusions. We decide to end relationships. We decide to break another person. We decide to even destroy our lives. Swamiji was saying, Swamiji said, I felt so sorry for this man. His incompletion was so much. He was so deluded, he could not see the reality. This is what most of us do. This is what Swamiji revealed in this satsang. Let us all take a few minutes now. There's a very, very powerful exercise. Listen, do not miss this. It's a very, very important one. And I request every one of you to do this. Now Swamiji explained, right? Where we take an incompletion as a pattern, where we see an incompletion as a possibility. Sorry, where we see a relationship as a pattern and a relationship as a possibility. Now let us identify that. Listen very carefully. Even now your spouse may be abusive to you. Many of you have posted that. But there is some part in you which is also triggering the other person. It is not just the other person. You can go on blaming life. But understand it is not the other person. You will carry a narrative that as if that person is the villain in your life. That person also has a parallel narrative that you are the villain in their life. Both sides, it is not like that. The Swamiji will make a funny joke, no? That, first day of marriage, wife speaks, husband speaks, wife listens. Second day of marriage, wife speaks, husband listens. But after 1 year of marriage, both speak, neighbors listen. That is literally the conditions of all relationships. Marriage is just an example. But this constant conflicts happens in all relationships in life.
It is not just about your marriage, even whether you're in your job, your school, everywhere. It's a constant on and on happening in our lives.
How many of you are identifying this? When we are telling about this, how many of you are identifying this? Could you all please post?
A question. A question. If I do the incompletion, what if my spouse never does incompletion, meaning completion, is it? So they're asking, what if you're doing completion, but your spouse never does completion? How to handle this? First thing, straightforward solution to this is get him also to attend the program. But if you do the completion, the very attitude of you would transforming the other person. I've told this so many times. I'm going to tell again, because this was my very first introduction to completion with others. I did not know much about Swamiji when I joined Gurukul. It was only after I joined Gurukul, slowly I understood about Swamiji, about Swamiji's teachings, everything. The day I saw Swamiji, I joined Gurukul. So when I joined Gurukul, day 1 or day 2, I think, there's this kid who also joined Gurukul. She was also a new kid. So we both are like newly joining. And she was a small kid. She was like 2 or 3 years younger than me. And she used to come and bug me and try to fight with me. And I also got so incomplete with her. And we both were fighting with each other. And I just didn't like to go near her. So I used to keep avoiding her. Wherever if she comes, I'll just turn away and go somewhere. This went on for 3-4 days. And then that day I started calling her as a bully. I used to keep telling her, you're bullying. And I used to keep moving away. And I used to get so incomplete. That night, one of the balasans, Gurukul balasans, asked me what's going on, why am I getting so incomplete and having a conflict with that other kid. I told her, look, this is what these are the things she did, and I'm so upset. She keeps coming and troubling me. She asked me, did you try completion? I asked her what that was. She explained to me the process. She said, you just do the completion and see. And definitely, she will not trouble you again. I was like amazed. I asked her what completion was. She explained to me the steps. So that night, this whole discussion happened at night. So I was like just about to go to sleep. So I closed my eyes. I started reliving, doing the completion process. And next morning, I felt so fresh throughout the time. Even in my dream, I'm sitting and completing with her. The next morning, we are going for puja that day. Early morning, we had Rudrabhishekam. And we all are going to the hall the meditation hall where we do the puja and abhishekam. So I was getting late. I was rushing and getting ready and going. I used to like these rose flowers to offer it to Swamiji during puja. I didn't talk one word to that kid or anyone else. I just got ready and I'm going to the hall. I saw that she was standing in the other end of the hall. Usually I'll get irritated. Usually I'll get very triggered. But that day, because of the completion I did the previous night, that whole irritation did not even exist. Somehow I felt so complete inside me. And that kid, she ran and came and hugged me. And she said, I don't know why I feel so complete with you. So I got flowers for you for puja. I was really shocked. This was my very first experience with completion. She got a plate full of roses and she gave me. I was like, why? I was really curious. I was like, till yesterday I was calling you a bully. Till yesterday I was like, we both were fighting with each other. We never spoke to each other. How come suddenly you're complete with me? She said, I don't know why. I just suddenly today morning when I woke up, I felt so complete with you. When I looked at you, I didn't have any past incompletion with you. I was so amazed. That gave me the experience of the power of completion. Understand, when you are really complete, outside people will also reflect that completion. I didn't speak one word to the other person, but that person also felt completion with me, because that is the power of completion. When all of us try, anyone, you can try this with any relationship. When you are complete, definitely it will reflect in the other person.
Seema, one more thing. When you take a step, the moment you start with an argument saying, okay, if I complete and if they don't complete, itself you have a fear. Understand first. It is not about right, wrong. If you complete, you will become wrong. If he completes, he'll become, if he does not complete, he'll become right. No. It is like in many times in fight, you'll have a problem with asking sorry because you'll feel, oh, if I ask sorry, that means that person is right or what? No, no. I argued, but he also equally argued back with me. No, it is not about that. If you take a step to completion, it will naturally reflect in the other person also. First, you take the step and inspire the other person to do by you living. So many spouses, if you see, how they get connected to Swamijis, the wife will or the husband, one of them will attend the inner awakening first. They'll see the transformation in the other person and they'll say, oh my God, my spouse has had such a transformation, and they'll come. So many people you can ask, even here, I'm sure so many people will be sitting like that. Completion always inspires other person to experience it. So you first take that step. Don't worry about your spouse. You do completion from your side and you will see it will reflect in the other person also the same way. Spend some time and do that completion. Don't worry, step by step we will help you. Swamiji will take us through very deep completion process. Please take a few minutes and pen down. Identify your parasite patterns. Self now. Identify your parasite patterns. Patterns of self-doubt, self-denial, self-rejection, self-criticism, self-hatred, being skeptical and believing it is impossible. Look into your life and see if you can recollect situations or incidents in your life where you experience the words, emotions, feelings, and experience of your parasite patterns. Please sit for a few minutes and pen down these situations and experiences.
Nithyanandam. Ma Krista Menat. Not really, ma. See, this is just a first step. We are only doing the first step right now. We have furthermore, lot more steps are there. Only this, what you're just doing now is only the first step. All right. Now, take a few minutes. You're going to be sitting with the Atmamurti or as the mirror into whose listening you're completing with that situation or incident and completing with that pattern as well. Take a few minutes and sit with the Atmamurti. Now, all of us are going to be able to manifest the power of shifting someone's inner space from this completion that we have received. All right. Now I request everyone, sit deeply connecting to Swamiji. Enjoy the space of completion that you are in. This is only the very first step. Today we are going to go very deeply into relationships and understanding about relationships and completing with the relationships. Now sit. Connect with any partner. Request their consent to scan them. And start manifesting the power of shifting someone's inner space. You'll be able to actually see the exact pattern that they're stuck in. Chant the Mahavakya and start the power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, let us now continue the manifestation. We are going to move to the very, very important step. This session is literally the core for what we are all learning today, where we are going to learn about the world and my world, so that we understand what is completion with others.
Once Ganesha and Subramanya, both of them have decided to have a challenge that who will quickly go around the world 3 times. Subramanya, as you all aware, has his own flight, peacock. He just sat on his peacock, started flying, crossing the continents, crossing the oceans, hills, once, twice, thrice. He completed and came back. He saw this Ganesha, heavy guy. His vehicle is a rat. But this fellow claims he won the game by going around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. He says, I won the game. I went around Shiva and Parvati 3 times. With this rat, what else can be done? Yanayai eliyiluttu kondu pogum adisayam. Tamil I described, the rat is dragging the elephant. What will happen? That much is the capacity. But finally, Ganesha declares, I won the game. I went around the Shiva and Parvati 3 times. Subramanya asked, how can that be? Very beautifully Ganesha says, you went round your world, I went round my world. Understand? You went around your world, I went around my world. You went around your world, I went around my world. You need to catch this truth. The world, my world. This is the sacred secret. The world is binary, logical, arithmetic, scientific, universal. My world is emotional, based on faith, beliefs, experiences of individual perceptions, realization of individual identity's expression in its fullest form. My world is totally different from the world. When my world is completely in tune with the world, you are a Jivan Mukta. When there is no conflict between my world and the world, please understand, people who are always going around the world are caught in agitation, anger, stress, rajas. People who are completely caught in my world sometimes can miss the world. Here, Ganesha is successful not just because he was centered on my world, he was centered on my world which was in tune with the world. He was completely experiencing my world, the Ganesha's my world and the world is one and the same. Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. Understand? Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. I'll give you a clear picture. How ordinarily people are caught between my world and the world and start preferring between these two, someone. When you start preferring the world, your whole life ends in depression. You are drained in my world. When you start preferring my world, sometime you can lose your balance and get into some fantasies and whims and fancies. My world should expand and grow and completely should be in tune with the world. Ganesha is my world. And the world. Both are in tune because Mahadeva, Shiva, and Devi. Please understand, Shiva and Devi are really the world, and Ganesha also experienced Shiva and Devi as my world. Please understand, they were really cosmos, and he is also experienced them as cosmos. So the my world and the world has fallen in tune as the experience of Ganesha. So he going around Shiva and Devi is literally going around the world. Even though he said he went around my world, in his case the my world is the world. Usually human beings who give preference only for the world become extraordinary materialists, but end up in spiritual poverty. Spiritual poverty, depression, utter depression. Same way, people who prefer only my world sometimes end up in hallucinations. Without falling in tune with the world. Understand, the world can't be rejected as you think. Misunderstandings about the world should be rejected. For example, fire is the world. Your fears and misunderstandings about fire should be rejected, not fire itself. You can't reject it. Its existence cannot be denied. Maya is the ideas which are not in tune with the world, but you are carrying about the world or Maya. Maya is the illusory ideas you carry about the world, not the world itself. When you carry the right idea, when you understand the right ideas about the world, you will realize the world is made of the same stuff in which my world is made. Understand? I am giving a new twist. First statement I am making. The fire, earth, water, air, space itself cannot be denied. Your wrong concept about it is Maya. But when your wrong concepts about it is removed, it loses the identity which you are thinking it is having. One example. The fire. You have fear about fire. That fear is called Maya. But fire itself is not Maya. When the fear is completely lost in you, when you are in tune, suddenly you realize what stuff is a base material for you, same stuff is base material for that. You are in tune already. You can play with it, conquer it, go beyond it. Catch it if you can. It's one of the very, very, very subtlest truths. The discrepancy between my world and the world in ideological level is conflict. discrepancy between my world and the world in practical level is poverty and failure. The discrepancy between the my world and the world in the emotional level is depression. The discrepancy between my world and the world in the conscious level is illusion. Next, Subramanyas. Muruga. First, he goes around the world. As usual, when you go around the world, you will get into an intense rajas. In that extraordinary rajas, when you claim the victory, he comes back to see already somebody has won the game. It is like, we have a very beautiful story about Bharata, in whose name the whole Bharat is named. He suddenly felt he should conquer the whole world and conquers, reaches the peak of the Meru hills, which is mythological basically in Hindu tradition, to establish his flag. When he goes there, suddenly he finds 10 million flags are there. Means before him 10 million people have conquered the world. All their flags are there. He felt, oh God, where did I land? Then Brahma appears and says, oh my son, do not think you are the first one to conquer the world. Before you, millions of Bharatas have come. Millions of conquerors have come. All of them have conquered this world and claimed it is theirs, it is theirs, it is theirs. For this period, you are claiming it is yours, that's all. Then Bharata realizes, wow, that realization, click, makes him go for doing tapasya. And in that tapas, he becomes enlightened. How to be in tune with the world and my world. The balancing of the world and my world happens. Please understand, if you don't balance the world and my world, even if you conquer, it will be suppression of the world, it will get back to you as tsunami. The materialistic civilization is conquering the world without balancing my world, which is leading to all ecological imbalances, all natural calamities. Here, just like Bharata, Muruga comes back after going around 3 times the world, sees Ganesha sitting contently, radiating, and that gives Muruga initiation. Click. So he goes to a private place, Parani, stays there and does tapas, by becoming a sadhu. He becomes a sadhu, leaves everything, goes there and establishes himself in my world. When he is in tune with the world and my world, in the tapas in Parani, he becomes enlightened and starts radiating enlightenment to the world. Understand? The world and my world. You need to understand the whole story in right angle. Don't think he went and stood there in anger and Avai came and sang some songs and then he went away back to Shivan. It is a cinematic version. Exactly this is what has happened. Subramanya, when he sees just the success in the world is not the ultimate. You need to balance, understand, tune with my world and the world, then conquer, then go beyond. Without in tune, any effort to conquer the world leads to great chaos in the world and my world. The restlessness in my world, natural calamities in the world. Extraordinary restlessness in my world reflects as natural calamities in the world. Understand? All the civilizations which is suffering with extraordinary attention to the world without balancing my world are suffering with too much of natural calamities. If you study, you will understand this truth. Natural calamity means the whole civilization is too much about the world. The balancing of my world is not happening. History should be in tune with mythology. Logic should be in tune with emotion. Facts should be in tune with truth. Binary should be in tune with zero. Understand? The binary logic, linear movement should be in tune with circular movement, logic based on zero. The Indian rishis were able to discover zero just because they were able to understand the secret connection between the world and my world. Only a person who can comprehend the deepest secrets of the world and my world can comprehend the power of zero. Zero cannot be mathematically understood. It is just a theory. If you want to experience zero, you need to make the world and my world in tune. Tuning my world into the world is the samyama you are expected to do to fall in tune with the elements, fall in tune with the nature by Patanjali. I think this is a very sharp truth, very sharp concept. If you just understand this one story, Ganesha going around and Subramanya going around, you will see, are you going around the world or my world? Are you too much centered on my world or the world? Second, is your my world is really in tune with the world? Is your my world is complete right experience of the world, and the concept you carry about the world in my world, are they your beliefs or experiences? If Ganesha was just believing Shiva and Devi is his world, he wouldn't have won the game. Not only Shiva and Devi should be the world, Ganesha should be experiencing it. Listen, completion with yourself is more like a spiritual practice. It is with completion with others, the life itself starts. Listen. It is from the completion with others life starts. The completion with others. I can say this was the greatest contribution of Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda's greatest contribution to Hinduism. He brought this idea of completion with others to the front. Completion with others is a spiritual quality. That's all. It is necessary for enlightenment. Unfortunately, we always got the idea if you have incompletion with others, run away to the higher planes where less people are there. No, that is not a solution. That is not a solution. Completion with others is the basic necessity, the basic quality you need for enlightenment. Understand? People sometimes ask me, how do I know whether I am suppressing or completing? If you are able to be in the space of completion with others, you are completing inside you with you also. If you are not able to be in the space of completion with others, then inside you are not completing with yourself, you are only suppressing. So the scale to find whether you are completing or suppressing, completing or brooding over, completing or waiting for a chance to take revenge. I have seen many people. The name of completion, now I am completing, but I am not going to keep quiet. I will wait for time. When my time comes, I will tell you what to do. I will do what needs to be done. Completion with others is a spiritual practice. Completion with yourself is like Mahadeva. Completion with others is like Devi. Devi is required for the life to happen. That is why in all our temples, I have put Devi along with Mahadeva. I have not put Devi as a separate deity. Listen. Completing with others. Others means not just only your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister. The human beings around you. We will start the completion with everything with which you are living. Your wealth, your health, your bag, your seed, your pets, your car, your house. Please understand, all these are living part of your life. They may be dead objects, but they are living part of your life. See, a house may be a dead object, but it is a living part of your life. How many of you understand what I am saying? It's a very important component of your life. First, we will start completion with all the human beings with whom we are living. First step, completion with everything. With every human being. First thing you need to do is deciding, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. I have to bring completion with whoever I am living. Even if they don't want, I will stretch my best and I will decide I am in the space of completion. Whenever they want, I am open to have them. I am open. I am going to be in the space of completion. Whenever they are also ready, it will become completely complete. Understand? Completion with others does not mean you are going to apologize to them. No. Apologizing is not completion. Asking sorry is not. So many people were saying, I want to apologize, I am sorry. No. I am sorry is not completion. I am deciding to drop hurting pattern in my life, or any incompletion, misunderstanding, anything. I am deciding to drop, and I am deciding not to bring them, not to give life to it again. See, past, you can't say you are wrong or you are right. No one can say you are wrong, you are right. It is not apologizing. It is not feeling sorry for the past. No. Deciding, I am dropping this incompletion, hangover of the past, and I will not allow this to happen once more. Completion is actually responsibility, not apologizing. See, apologizing or feeling sorry comes out of powerlessness, but completion comes out of responsibility. Understand the difference. Please listen, see the difference. Now when I am saying you need to complete with your mother, with your father, with your brother, with others, I am not asking you to apologize. I am not asking you to call them and say, oh sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry, bus bus. No. No. Feeling sorry comes from powerlessness. That is not completion. When you call, you explain, this is what has been perceived by me. Here, I am not interested in looking into you are wrong or I am wrong. That will only create more and more anger, hatred and suppressed violence. I am only saying one thing. I am ready to drop the past and its powerlessness, incompletion. I am declaring, I am dropping the past and I am complete. I don't have incompletion. And I will not create any incompletion anymore. Your decision and declaration, when it reaches them, you will suddenly see they also open up and start coming towards completion. But first, you need to be prepared.
the world and my world. Swamiji has so profoundly explained the difference between completion and apologizing. Many times we try to mend the relationships. Many times we try to change the relationships to experience completion for a certain experience. But here Swamiji has given a very, very beautiful and a very important revelation. How we perceive based on our incompletions, our my world, and declare that my world to be the world and operate, make all the cognitions in life, decisions in life based on our my world becoming the world. How many of you understood these profound revelations from Swamiji? And before we enter into the exercise itself to understand it, can I request every one of you to take a few minutes and please post what you understood as my world and the world. Can I request each of you to take a few minutes and post it? When the questions that each of you are asking, this session, Swamiji has literally answered it all. A lot of things, when you do this exercise now, a lot of things are going to get clarified for you. So let's do this exercise sincerely. Meena Mohandas has posted, now I realize that incompletions cause most of the problems we face in life. Absolutely. You got the right understanding. Exactly. That's the right cognition to have. I mean, that's the right understanding to have. Swamiji exactly revealed that same thing. And okay, Ma Christina is asking, can the problem or incompletion be how we choose to identify ourselves also? Yes. Seema, Swamiji revealed a very important thing. Our understanding of the world with all the added VFX, background music, and all the cinematic effects is my world. For example, let's say you got little lower marks in exam. You usually get A, you got B. You take the marks card, go to your father. Your father is busy and he just looks at your marks card. He gets very irritated with you and he just slaps you. You cry. This is the incident. Now, this one incident in the world, in actual world, factually what happened? You got a little lower marks and you go to your father, you show the marks card to him. He is irritated. He sees the marks card. He slaps you. This is the factual reality. But in your my world, how do you store it? You took the exam, you took the marks card, and you went to him. He got so angry. He did not like you. He just wanted a reason to beat you, and he took and when he just slapped you because he hates you. He does not want to appreciate your efforts. He does not want to appreciate your hard work. We add our own extra masala to it. We add our own extra flavorings and seasonings to it. Your cognition, the way you receive, process, and interpret and respond to any information entering your system through the 5 senses with added incompletions is your my world. The world is the reality as it happened. You did something right, wrong, good, bad. Actually, this meme will summarize it properly. What Swamiji explains is my world and the world. If you see here, one person argues saying it is 6, one person saying it is 9. But actually in the world, it is, if you see, for the person who's standing on the side of 6, it's 6. For the person who's standing on the side of 9, it's 9. But this is how most of us argue in life. We try to make the other person see what we are saying as reality. And we try to make our my world appear as the world. Fundamentally, like literally the source of all the conflicts that we face.
is just this one thing, where almost all our conflicts are rooted in the discrepancy between my world and the world. We all go on trying to declare that my world as the world. Each one's my world as the world. Now, in this exercise, we are first going to understand what is my world and what is the world. How are things occurring to us inside of us? How are things occurring to us outside of us? For this exercise, I request everyone that is there with us right now. I see many of you logged in. Can I request everyone to please come and sit in front of the camera? From this session onwards, it's too important. We do not want any of you to miss out on this. Please sit in front of the camera, and I request everyone come and settle down. I see some cameras on, but I don't see people in front of those cameras. So I request you all to kindly come and settle down and most intensely listen to this session. And you're going to ask, if you have any questions, you can ask us, but make sure you are doing this intensely. And most importantly, if any of you have your family members around, please bring them now, because this process that Swamiji is revealed, this completion process, will heal even 20 years of scuffles that you may carry in your relationships. 20 years of all the grudges in your relationship will be healed with this one completion process. It is extremely powerful. Like, nobody should miss this. So please, can each of you, if any of you have your some relationship that you really want to experience completion with, and you want to have a breakthrough in that, please bring them, and please make sure that you're having them here for today's program, so that you're not missing this extraordinary process that Swami is going to take us through. Not understanding something and you would like us to explain it to you again or slow down a bit, feel free to ask us. We will definitely explain it to you, but please make sure you're understanding this process and these steps clearly. Okay, I see a question from Ma Shailvi Shah. Ma, how do you know when you have successfully completed? What is the feeling like? In one of the chapter, Swamiji says that fulfillment in any area of your life leads you towards similar patterns or situations. If you don't complete, your soul will be drawn to completing those incompletions in this life and next. How to break this pattern? Ma Shailvi Shah. Where are you from? Thank you so much for asking this question. I'll definitely answer it. See, first thing, the moment you are complete with something, it will no more have an effect or a hangover over you. Very recently, I saw Ma Lohini Rajagopal, one of the Sarvanyapita Yajamans. She had asked this question. She said that she's attended multiple programs, and she had completed with her root patterns and certain situations with her life. Like Swamiji had completed it for her. After that, whenever, even if she remembers, tries her best, tries to remember it, it feels like it is not hers anymore. And it's almost like a black and white movie, and it does not have an impact on her. Understand, that means you're completely complete with that. It will be like you no more remember that anymore. The pattern will lose its power over you. See, when, for example, let's take the pattern of smoking. The first 2 cigarettes you smoke. The third onwards, the cigarette starts smoking you. The patterns take over you. But the moment you are really complete, the pattern loses its power over you. You become powerful. Sometimes you will even forget any such incident even happened in your life. That is the real space of completion. You won't even remember that, oh God, did I completed this or not? Then you're completely completed that.
Just to add to it, Mama Shelby, see, I'll tell one experience of completion, okay? There was one particular incident that I was completing for, and the first time, like for example, let's say that in my particular incident, I had one person had told me something, And I had a conclusion, a very deep conclusion that, okay, that person does not trust me. Okay. And for a long time, any cognition, any conversation with that person, like I'll go and ask, okay, can I go here? And that person will say, no, no, it's okay. Someone else can take care of it. I will feel like, oh God, she does not at all trust me. She doesn't even like give me a possibility, even if I want to try, and she doesn't even trust me. This was an incompletion, like a very deep incompletion I had. So every time my conversations with her, I always judged it from this perspective. Okay. And I had spoken to one of the other senior sannyasis here, and very beautifully she helped me write it down and complete it. Okay. The same incident, there was one incident that happened like a few years back, which became a very strong incompletion in me, where I always felt like, why am I judged a certain way? Why am I like all the time? Why am I being treated a certain way by this particular person? And after I wrote down this completion, the first time I wrote down, I still remember there was that impact. Like I felt so bad. And every time I remember that one incident, I'll feel like I'm not trusted. And that pain used to be there. After I completed, I realized, see, first thing you'll realize is that the delusion that you carry, the incompletion that you carry will be completely healed. Sometimes you may be wrong. Sometimes you may not even be wrong. But both ways, there's a certain suffering or pain you carry inside of you. That pain will be healed. Secondly, the same incident, when you revisit back after your completion, you will not have the same impact. Like, for example, let's say someone fought with you. The first time, whenever you remember, you carry a certain pain, right? Like whenever I used to remember that conversation with that person that happened, which made me come to the conclusion she does not trust me, used to cause me pain every time I remembered it. Like I used to feel bad every time I remember it. There's a certain emotion attached to that incident. But the same thing, after you complete, you will not be able to have any emotion. You will not have any attachment towards that incident. Means you will not have any impact of that incident in you. Like, for example, when you watch a movie, right? And you see the, let's say the hero is fighting and he's getting hit and all that. You watch it as a movie. You see it. Like if you watch this thing on some war, okay, some war scene that is happening, you are not going to feel the pain and suffering. You watch it. You just, the scenes pass in front of you. You laugh when it is there and you just go on, move on. It is not personally impacting. You don't have a personal connection to it. Same way, when these incidents are relayed in your inner space, you will not have that suffering attached to it. Are you understanding? That is a measure of completion. If you have even one bit of feeling that I am wronged, or maybe I'm not, I'm not loved as much, or why am I being treated this way, as long as you carry even one of these thought currents, that means there is still something, some component sitting in you which needs completion, which has not been completed. The moment you complete that, you will be completely out of it. That's the way you can measure. Are all of us ready to bring the space of completion with all our relationships, completion with others? How many of you are ready for it? Understand? The step for completion with others is this. From this moment, let me. So for that, please give us a few minutes. Step is deciding inside of you, let me be in completion from this moment. Taking that decision inside of you. That's the first and the most important step. Can I request all of you to first decide, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. Understand, this starts the completion with others. Whoever here in this program wants to start this, can I request all of you to first post in the chat saying that, yes, from this moment, I decide I want to bring completion with others in my life. Please post it. I request all of you to post it.
Who all want to bring completion with others in your life? Take a few minutes and post it in the chat with a full sentence. Very good. So now you all have taken this decision. Great. Now understand there are two things that are happening constantly in our life. The world, meaning the happening, actual happening, which is just a set of facts. Okay, she spoke this to me. All of these are like a set of facts. The happening as it is happening. It is the world. My world is the perception that you carry about what is happening. It consists of judgments, labels, ideas, opinions, notions, interpretations, beliefs, experiences, expectations, memories. For example, your friend is talking to you and you think that she's purposely talking to me in this manner, trying to insult me. That becomes my word. Your cognition is the way you receive, process, interpret, and respond to any information entering your system through your 5 senses. Shiva Sutra says, Drishyam Shariram, this whole perceived, seen, manifested world in his own body or self. How you see, you manifest your reality with your see. First thing, you have to take up responsibility for everything that's happening around you. Understand? You may not be the reason for it, but you are responsible for it. You have to cognize that you are the source of everything happening around you. Completion with others does not mean you're going to go apologize and going and saying, oh, I am sorry, trying to patch up. Patching up is not completion. Understand? Apologizing or saying sorry is not completion. Completion is thinking, from this moment, I am deciding, let me drop this hurting pattern in my life. Any pattern, whatever you're completing for, deciding that from this moment, I am deciding to drop this pattern in my life and I will not give life to it again. That deciding that, taking that decision is completion. Understand, today morning we all were listing the Teamily members. If you are remembering someone thrice a day, they are a part of you. They are a part of your life frame. Whether your joy or your pain, everything is dependent on them. You think that my world is the world. Unfortunately, you're never in touch with the actual happening of your life because for you, your perceptions of the happening is what we all think to be the actual happening. We think whatever I perceive is what is actually happening. Relationships shaped by your cognition. So your cognition is responsible for the way you relate with life, the way you relate with people in your life. Your cognitions have the power to make or break your relationship. So now let's take a few minutes. First, take a notebook. Can I request everyone to do this step? Please take your notebook and draw 3 columns. Situation or the incompletions. Write down the situation, whichever you're having incompletion with. Write the world and write what is my world in that situation. The world is set of facts. Whatever has happened, writing it as it happened. See, even there, don't try to add a notion saying that this person is doing this for my good, or this person told me like this for my good. Even there, again, you're adding your own cognition. Don't add any notion. Positive, negative notions, don't add. Just write situation and as per the world, what had exactly happened? And my world, how did you perceive? Please start.
Now, as you are writing down, I hope every one of you have written down the situation, the my world and the world incident. The same incident, the same situation, how it actually happened, factually happened, and how you perceived it. Now, in the next part of this, describe the relationship you have with 3 people. Okay? Go back in your life and describe the incident when you started judging having incompletion with those people. Like, for example, it can be your spouse, the first time you got married, or how it was, and how you started building the judgment. Like, for example, if you think your spouse is someone who's like, always irritated, who always yells at you for small, small things, who does not understand you, go back and see when was the earliest incident where you developed this judgment about that person. Which was the earliest incident where you developed a judgment about your spouse that he or she does not listen to you? It could be anything. Sometimes it is not listening. Sometimes it will be that he's not a person who's loving. He's not compassionate. He's selfish, or she's selfish. He doesn't care. All of these kind of judgments. Go back to the earliest incident when you started developing it. I request everyone to do this sincerely. See, take any 3 relationships. After you all choose 3 relationships, can I please request all the participants to post in the chat, confirm in the chat that you picked up 3 relationships in life? You're only going to be working with these 3 relationships in this exercise. Can I request everyone to confirm in the chat, please? You can post in the chat saying you have picked up 3 relationships. Just 3. If you all can please confirm that you have picked up 3. Don't pick up more than 3. Okay, some of you saying you are having participants unmuted in the room. We are attending to it. We'll mute the participants. I request everyone to please pick up and confirm that you have picked up. Okay. Now, those 3 relationships that you are going to write down the incident. First, you're going to write down what judgments you have about completion you have those relationships. For example, if you have picked up your spouse, what is the incompletion you have with your spouse? What do you have as an idea about him or her? What is the judgment that you carry? Can I request everyone to please pen that down? Do this sincerely. Understand it is only for yourself. It is only going to do good to you. So please write it down sincerely. After you write down the judgment that you carry about that person, go and incident use like that. First feeling controlled by her, started developing that judgments about that person. Please pen that down. Describe what exactly happened. What did they say? What did they do? Please pen this down sincerely. Now, once you pen down all the incompletions you have with that particular relationship, write down what was the world and what was your my world. Listen very carefully. I request all the participants to listen very carefully to this. And if you all understood, please confirm to me that you all have understood. See, let's say you had you have an incompletion with your spouse, that you feel that your spouse is always very, very judgmental and they don't allow you to be yourself. You're going to write down what was the first incident which made you feel that way. What made you feel that your spouse is extremely judgmental of you? And what made you feel that your spouse is very controlling and he's not allowing you to do what you want to do, or she's not allowing you to what you want to do? And you're going to be writing down when was the first time you developed this judgment and why you feel that. Once you write that down, write down what exactly was the world. What actually happened? Let's say you felt like you wanted to do something and then your spouse denied and they refused to support you to do it and they wanted you to not do it. So you felt it was controlling. And that is where you started building the cognition that your spouse controls you. You're going to be writing down the world of the incident and the my world of the incident. Is there anyone who's having any question? Please ask, because it's a very crucial exercise and it's very important that you all understand it properly. So have all of you understood this step? If you all have understood, I request you all to confirm to me in the chat, please. And can I request everyone to be on the camera and do this exercise? Okay. Now please pen down then. Thank you for confirming that you all understood. So if this is clear, then please write it down. For this particular incident, in the example I gave, you can see that the world is what? The husband says no for a particular thing. But you feel that, oh, because he wants to control me, he denied me. That is the my world. But the world is, he said no. That's all. Like that, write the my world and the world. What you felt about it and what was the world. Please take a few minutes. now, after you finish writing the incident, you're going to now go to Swamiji's talking. Listen very carefully. You're going to be verbally talking to Swamiji's Atmamurti and expressing what you feel. You're going to be telling Swamiji, go to Swamiji, talk to the Atmamurti and tell Swamiji's Atmamurti, Swamiji, I feel this is what I feel, and this incident, it happened like this. I feel my husband controls me. I feel my wife controls me. I feel that they're very bossy, they're very dominating. Whatever you feel as an incompletion, you're just going to go and talk to the Atmamurti. See, don't just read it out. Talk to the Atmamurti. I request every one of you to please do this sincerely. Understand this is a very, very powerful process. It will bring profound healing in your inner space. So please do it sincerely. Talk to Swamiji's Atmamurti. You're going to tell, even if you feel like crying, it's okay. You can go and cry next to the Atmamurti, but talk. You're going to be talking the exact incomplete. See, what happens is, by the time you talk the incompletion out to the Atmamurti, your whole pain, anger, everything will start reducing. It'll start getting healed. Then when you call and talk to the person, the impact will not be, you will not have the incompletion or anger. You will have a healed inner space to complete with them. Please relax. Now, the last but the most important steps of all. You're now going to be calling your relative, whichever relationship that is that you want to complete with, and you're going to be completing with them. Listen very carefully. With you sharing with the Atmamurti all the extra masala, chili, salt, all the vengeance that you would have added in those incidents would have settled down. Okay? Now it is only purely you will be ready for the real completion. Please understand, all of you, please listen to this very carefully. In this step, you are only going to be calling and completing with your partner, whoever that is. Okay, I request everyone to listen. It is not going to be like a very straightforward thing, because I want to make sure you're all understanding the right way to do. All of you to listen intensely. If you have any questions, any doubts, please make sure you ask. No audio. Sorry, just a moment. Nithyanandam. Okay. It's fine now. Okay. Thank you, Mom. See, this particular step is too important. You're going to be calling and completing with them, because unless you understand it clearly, you won't be able to do it properly. So we request all of you, make sure that you are understanding clearly. See, first thing, cognize clearly, you are responsible for it. You're not going to pick up your phone and say to your spouse that, hey, you know what, that day when we had that argument, you were wrong. Or you don't need to say, I'm so sorry, I was wrong and I complete with you. No, neither the first one nor the second one is right. You are not going to, it's not about saying a sorry to them. Past is past. You are judging your past based on your upgraded, updated current intelligence. Have all of you finished the completion process, completing with yourself inside of you? Have all of you done that? At least for a few incidents, have you written and completed? How was your experience at that time when you did the completion? Did you feel the relief? Actually, you're supposed to do it 5 times for each incident. Understand? Right now, you all have done it once. Now, what exactly you're going to be doing, listen to this very carefully. Cognize that whatever has happened to you, you are responsible for it. You may not be the reason for it, but you are responsible for it. Let's say that you couldn't save your marriage, probably because of a huge conflict that broke out. Even if things were like with dealing with some trust issues. But whatever you faced, understand you are responsible for it. You may not be the reason, but you're responsible. What do we mean by that? Understand and cognize how this pattern that you're carrying, whether it is self-victimizing pattern, many times you spoil your relationship by trying to victimize yourself. You go on and on and on, all about how victimized you feel. And you want the other person also to acknowledge that victimization when the other person is also waiting for you to acknowledge theirs. Neither of this is going to work out. You're not going to be picking up your phone and saying, look, what you did that day, this, A, B, C, were all wrong things. You're not going to do that. Nor are you going to pick up the phone and say, hey, you know what I did, A, B, C, all of those were wrong. You're not going to do that or this. What you're going to instead do, you're going to call, explain to them
that during that situation, because of this particular pattern which is inside of you, you perceived and cognized the situation in this manner. Understand? You're going to call and complete only first after you relive and complete inside you. Then you call that person, and then only you'll be able to do the completion with them properly. You're going to call, talk to them, tell them, it was my pattern that I projected it on you. This is the way. This is why I took it like this. I cognized it in this way, and I started this pattern in me, and I reacted in this way. Whatever is said and done, you see factually the other person, if, let's say a fight broke out and suddenly your spouse just hits you, and you feel so violated inside. You're carrying that suffering. He hit you maybe about 5 years ago, but still now that suffering in you is so deep that that whole relationship between both of you has becomes completely spoiled. Factually, he has hit you, no doubt, but holding on to that suffering, who's responsible? Even after 5 years, holding on to that suffering, who's responsible? We are responsible for holding on to that suffering, right? Even now, if you decide, you have the power to liberate yourself from that suffering. By reliving and relieving yourself from that pain, you can come out of it. How many of you are understanding this so far? Can you wave your hands if you're understanding? Wonderful. Adela Julian, yeah, I saw your message that you had joined late. You need to learn the previous process. Only when you understand about self-completion, the world, my world, you'll be able to understand this properly. See now, all of us have seen what was the difference between the world, my world, where the gap was, right? Now you're going to call the person and explain to them and complete with them. Ma Krista Menard is asking, but what about a person treating you with contempt from the start? I agree. There are some relationships, unfortunately, it lands up like that. But even in those relationships, it is continuing to happen because you are allowing that. If you decide you are powerful enough, where just by your decision to be powerful, not to let that suffering to touch you, the other person will not have that power over you. Understand, only Swamiji says so beautifully, make your enemy powerless by making your enmity powerless. Understand? As long as you cherish enmity towards someone, only your enemy has power over you. When you just lose that enmity inside of you, your enemy becomes powerless. Same formula works even in relationships. As long as you're giving power to that particular incompletion, only when you go on having that incompletion, cherishing that incompletion, it will keep on coming. The other person will keep having that power to violate you. Because you say, yes, I will get violated. So that person goes on and on violating you. When the moment you decide to stop suffering, no more anyone else will have power over you. Are you understanding, Ma? Okay, Ma Vani Goyal is asking a question. If we were the ones who caused troubles and now we feel guilty about the way we behaved and aren't sure if the other person is still incomplete with us or not. Sorry. Is that an incompletion with yourself or incompletion with others? Ma Vani Goyal, Swamiji says, guilt is the original sin. It is like a stone sitting inside of you and it makes your life frozen. It just freezes your life. Understand this carefully. Whenever you are having guilt inside of you, you are not letting life to flow. You are not letting life to flow in you. Having guilt is actually a way society controls us. In childhood, your parents, then your teachers, and then the whole society starts in putting guilt in you to control you. So in some time, in a few years, you start putting that guilt on yourself. Guilt never lets you not repeat a mistake again. Understand this. We always think, okay, if I'm guilty about something, I will never repeat it. No. If you are guilty about something, you go on and on and on remembering it and go on cherishing it. So it becomes a part of your inner space even more strongly, and it only makes you repeat it. If you want to truly complete out of something, the first and foremost thing you need to do is drop that guilt. Why are you guilty? Because you are reviewing a past incident with your upgraded present intelligence. Everybody matures in life. You cannot judge yourself based on your current upgraded understanding and say that that was wrong for you. That may or may not have caused a wrong implication. It may have even broken your relationship. I'm not denying that. But inside of you, right now, if you think based on your current upgraded thinking, if you are trying to judge that, you are only putting yourself down. You're not helping yourself in that. If something you think that would have caused hurt in someone, it's okay whether if that person is still incomplete or not. As long as that incident disturbs you inside of you, first, do self-completion with it. Second, call the other person, complete with them for it. You're not going to say, hey, you know what? Like probably, let's say you hurt your parents and you're so incomplete about the way you behaved with your parents, and you're having a lot of guilt and like heaviness to talk to them about it. By you holding that guilt, it is not that you're not going to repeat that mistake again, because as long as you hold that guilt, that guilt will trigger the same visualization which in a matter of days will repeat again in you as an action. Instead, drop that guilt, complete with yourself, relive that incident completely, at least 5 times. Then call the other person, explain to them about from what pattern you had operated and how right now you're deciding that you want to be in the space of completion. You're completing sincerely for the hurt that you have caused to the other person, and completing for the pattern that made you do that action. And commit to them that you will no more cherish that pattern. Definitely, even if the other person does not remember it, when you do the completion, it only strengthens your relationship further. It does not bring your relationship down. It adds more value to your relationship.
Important point. Swamiji had told this in the satsang as well, right? Don't apologize. It is not sorry. You're not going to be asking sorry. Asking sorry, feeling guilty is not completion. Completion is you really dropping that understanding you are responsible for the situation and taking responsibility. Even if someone did wrong and you're completing with that person, you cannot say, oh, you did all this wrong, but I should have not been incomplete. I'm completing. No. You need to have the understanding. You may not be the reason for the incident, but you're responsible for the suffering. You may not be the cause for that. You may not be the reason for that, but you're responsible for the suffering you have. With that understanding, now call and complete. Are all of you clear? If you're all clear, please put yes in the chat. Okay, Ma Chetan is asking, what if while explaining to them and taking responsibility and trying to redo the completion during this time, if they start blaming and shouting or trying to break and triggering, judging, how do we control this moment and not fall for that? Okay. See, even this statement of yours is coming from a judgment. You're already holding a space. Understand? You're already holding a space that this is how the person is going to respond. Inside your mind, your script is prepared. Okay, I'm going to go tell I am responsible for this incompletion. That's all. He was waiting for that one statement. Now he got it. He's going to say, I told you that day itself, you're only responsible. I told you you're only the reason for all of this. So you have already prepared a script. Oh, if he tells that, what do I tell? How do I face him? No, that itself means you are already writing a script. Then what happens naturally? That will only happen when you call exactly. You will see the first statement you tell, I want to complete it. You'll say, I knew you will come for this. I knew you will finally realize what you did. He will naturally tell like that. Then what will happen? You will say, see, I thought this, what will happen? Better let me not complete. This completion and all will not work for me. No, it is not like that. Understand, Ma? Don't prepare that script. Don't already go with the notion that this is what it is going to happen. No. Go with the cognition. Let me complete, irrespective of how life responds to me at this moment. Understand, firstly, you need to know you are the person here who knows the signs of completion. The other person is right now not complete. So maybe that person is still in their incompletion. So who should be more mature and responsible here? You only, right? Because you know the completion, you know the context of completion. The other person may not even be matured, or they may not even know the signs of completion. So here, since you are going for completion, first thing, understand, you are completing not to please the other person. You are completing because you want to complete and heal this wound from your inner space. Second, you are not completing to blame it on yourself. Completion is not self-blaming, nor is completion blaming another person. Completion is you healing that wound. You have a wound, right? You're going to say, see, this is the reason the wound happened, and I want to complete that situation. And I'm really telling you, Ma, if you complete, the honesty with which you complete will shift the other person's inner space so much. Like, literally, I had this as a very, very beautiful experience for me. When one of the newly when I had joined Gurukul, I used to really have a lot of incompletion with one particular person, one particular teacher, I should say. Not even teacher, like a mentor who used to take care of us. And once only Swamiji told me that you're carrying this incompletion with her and you're not actually seeing what is her, because I used to always feel like she does not understand me, or I don't know why she constantly has a certain judgment about me. But I'm telling you, nobody told me to complete. Nobody even spoke anything. I just went from the context of really completing. When Swamiji told me, I had a realization. And I really felt like, oh God, this should not be the thing. And I'll tell you, the day when I went to complete with her, the whole response, the whole conversation was so different, as if nothing ever happened at all. That morning only, it was like so, like, I had really a strong incompletion with her. But the moment I went to converse with her, it was like as if nothing at all happened. I was so shocked at it. But my context to complete was genuine. And it was so powerful. I still remember that one random person who had come for a program, like a very new person who had come for one of the program, looked at me and her standing and talking to each other. And she asked that other person, that Adinavasi, that is she your daughter? They said, like, the way I see both of you have so much of, friendliness with each other, I thought she's your daughter. Then I was like giggling inside me. I was like, Swamiji is just showing the situation to show me the power of the science of completion. Understand, don't go with a judgment. I am not saying 100% he will say, this is what I was waiting for. Thank you for completing. And, you will have from now it will be completely changed. No, it will take time. But you should go from the space of genuinely wanting to complete. Don't go expecting a certificate. At the same time, don't go with a grudge or a judgment. Go with a context. I want to complete. Let me take this step from my side. That's all. Very important thing is, most of the times we hold on to a pattern of feeling right. We want to feel that we are right. They want to feel that they are right. And both of us, in the thing of trying to prove ourselves right, we end up in conflict. Now, you just decide that you're going to drop that pattern. See, whichever pattern you're deciding to be completing for, be sincere about it. The other person may or may not accept your completion. Don't think that the other person has to accept my completion. Don't go even with that.
Drop all the expectations. Just hold on to your sincerity to complete. That's all is needed. You're understanding, Ma?
Okay. Now let's all get started. Let's all do the completion process.
Sorry, I just have one more question. Ma Krista Menard had asked. How do you complete a cognition of worthlessness? Ma Krista Menard, first thing, sit and write down those. You're only attending the program, right? Because we're going to be on each day. Do the self-completion process sincerely every night. Sit and write down those incidents. Swamiji says, you are nothing but just a bunch of patterns and words that you carry inside of you and outside of you. Just the words we carry. That is why certain words can trigger us. I'll give you an example. If I tell dolphin, it may not trigger you. But the same thing, if I say useless, it might trigger you. The words, why do they trigger? It's not even the intention from which I'm talking. Even those words are not going to trigger you. But even if normally, if I say the word, let's say, I'm just giving an example. Maybe this word may not trigger you, but to give an example, when I say useless or not worthy for anything, the moment you hear these words, why do you think they trigger you? Because it's not from outside. These words you have told yourself. It is a wound from your young age. It's just there inside. A pus has been created because the wound has not healed. The pus has formed on top of it. You go on covering it. It's like you put a shirt on top of it and you're trying to hide that pus. So every time somebody touches it, it pains. It hurts. It's not the other person who's touching it. They don't even know that you have a wound over there. You can't expect every time life should not touch it. Your responsibility should be heal that wound. Having the pus, we are responsible for it. The wound might have been caused due to any reason, but we are responsible for continuing to have that wound. We are responsible for continuing to have that pus. We are responsible for the pain that we go through. You understanding?
This should be experienced, Ma. Only when you start completing, you will start understanding the effect of it. I request all of you, I see many of you have questions. We will also have the support desk attend to these questions to help you all. But right now, in the interest of time, let us first start the completion process. Please pick up your phones. You're all going to be calling and completing. You can always introduce to them, telling, you're from attending this program, and you can explain to them, tell them very clearly that they are not responsible for the incompletions and you are only completing to heal that inner space. Just start with that simple introduction. Then the purpose of completion is not just to heal relationships. Your whole energy and consciousness will be different. So come on, let us all start. Please pick up your phones. I request everyone to do this. Do not miss this process. It will give you tremendous healing in your inner space. Please relax. I request all the participants to please share how many of you have made the calls and how has it been so far? Oh, wow. Ma Mohini Lata, that's so beautiful, Ma. Ma Mohini Lata has posted that she spoke to her brother after 6 years and she cried a lot. Wow. That's beautiful. I request, and how many of you are still making your calls? If you all could post in the chat, how many of you are still making your calls? And you will still need more time. If you're all done, you can put done. If you still need more time, you can put. Based on that, we can move forward. Whoever has finished, you all can post. And if you're still doing it, you would need more time, please let us know. Ma Chetana, did you call? Okay, there are some of you who are saying you're still doing. Please finish. Few more minutes. Let's finish fast. Please do it for one person, with one person for now.
I see many of you that have posted your experiences. And Ma Sarika Chuni, just wanted to address yours. I saw your message. You said they just laughed at me. Ma Sarika Chuni, can you please wave your hands, Ma? Ma Sarika Chuni. Sir, I'm not seeing you on camera. Ma Sarika Chuni. Oh, okay. Okay. See, first and foremost thing that you need to understand, you decide that you want to be in completion. You have decided that you want to get completion, right? Make sure that the other person's words, words or their reactions are not touching you. They do not know the signs of completion. Here you are way more mature than them. Don't allow their laughter to touch you, put you into powerlessness. You go from the context of making sure that that you are completing. Whether they accept the completion or not is not your responsibility. From your side, you establishing yourself in completion. And definitely when you do that, the other person will also start experiencing completion, even if it takes time. Okay? So don't worry. Ma Chetana, okay. Understood, Ma. Sarju Pandit has posted, I did completion with my husband. He's here with me, so I talked with him directly. Not only my incompletions with him melted, my incompletion with everyone around me melted too. I cried a lot while doing completion. All of a sudden, I started seeing each and every relationship as a possibility, as an extension of my life, and my grudge towards them melted, and I'm feeling tremendous love towards everyone. Wow. Wonderful, wonderful, Ma Sarju Pandit. I actually recommend that you do a video on this. Really, really nice. It's very nice to see each one the way you all had done the completion process and how you are experiencing. Matanja Devane, don't worry. You sit and you do the completion. Don't bother about whether your son hung up on you. Don't worry. You sit, you focus on completion. It is just a matter of time. The other person will also reflect your completion. Okay? Don't worry.
Now, as all of you are doing this completion, we are going to be entering into a very, very beautiful session next. All of us did such beautiful completion, and it's so nice to see the chats flooded with so many experiences of completion. Now, we are all going to be listening to how Swamiji did completion and what was that moment where Swamiji completed with his mother. It's a profound incident from Swamiji's life. Do not miss it. And please listen. And there are many of you who are still asking questions. We will be attending to it. The support desk team will be attending to it. But now, in the interest of time, we're all going to be entering into the next session. Yes. So let us get ready. We're now going to be listening to how Swamiji did the completion with his mother.
All great things can start only with mother. Only with mother. See, all our identity, whether you are in a deep sleep or waking state or turiya or turiyatita, we are all from mother and we go back to mother. It's only if the mother becomes active you can get enlightened. Understand? Sadashiva is a state. Only mother holds the key. Sadashiva is a state, but only Devi, Adi Shakti, holds the key in her hip. Key is in the hip of the Adi Shakti. Only if she opens the door, you can experience Sadashiva. Sadashiva is only a space. It's only Adi Shakti who decides who will experience that space. Understand? Any incompletion you have with cosmic mother only. Because she is the source. If you are incomplete about the person who is sitting next to you, it is not about the person next to you. It's about the source of that person and you. Both. Mother. Cosmic mother. Understand your day-to-day habits, the way you respond, whether you get angry or you are always cool, what for you should get angry, what for what you react politely, how nasty you can get when you get angry, or when you are polite, how you behave, you are good, bad, all these habits. Understand the word habits are from Father. He teaches you. That stays in muscle memory. But how you cognize you, the innermost image you carry about you, comes from mother. It stays in biomemory. Understand? Your behavior, responding patterns are from muscle memory. That stays in your muscle memory. That's from Father. Usually, he educates you about the outer world. He contributes a lot to your outer image. He contributes a lot to how you behave with the world, how you relate with the world, what you should and you should not, vidhi and nisheda, do's and don'ts. Vidhi and nisheda, do's and don'ts. That comes from your father. That is why if you had a father who is unstable, your relationship with the outer world will be very unstable. That comes from your muscle memory. But the way you cognize you, your inner image, comes from your biomemory. That stays in your biomemory. completion with mother only can heal and complete your biomemory. Mother worship is the direct method. Understand? Mother worship is the direct method. That's the word I'll use. Most direct method to bring completion in your biomemory. The attitude, the bhava, which forms the basis for the way you connect with the life, with the world, the same attitude forms the basis for you to connect with yourself. Please understand, that is what we call karma in Vedic tradition. If you judge, you will be judged. Why, you know? Because the basis with which you relate with the world, the same thing will be the basis with which you will relate with yourself. Don't think when it comes to others you can utter the strong words. When it comes to you, you can just be very cute and friendly. No. The strong words which you utter towards others will be the same strong words you will be uttering towards yourself. Listen. The strong words you utter towards others will be the same strong words you will be uttering towards yourself. The attitude you build towards others will be same. That's the same way you will be relating. That will be the basis for you to relate with yourself also. That is why I insist, bring motherliness in all your relationship with others. You will bring so much of motherliness in your relationship with yourself. You will be able to heal you. You will be able to feel you. You will be able to be complete within yourself. When you bring tremendous healing energy of mother in your day-to-day attitude with everything, suddenly you will see you will become so cool with yourself. I tell you, the best thing can happen to a human being is ability to be cool with yourself. Because you can't be cool with yourself, so much of frustration with yourself, you go on abusing left and right. Anybody comes in front of your eyes. You say, this fellow has cheated me, that fellow has cheated me, that fellow has cheated me, that fellow has exploited me, he has swindled me, he robbed me. Understand, your inability to be with yourself, your inability to be cool with yourself is the frustration in your system. I tell you, understand, I really want to tell you, bring mother worship as part of your cognition. You will be so cool with yourself. You will be so complete with yourself. You will be so settled with yourself. the fear, frustration. Because of frustration inside, how you possess objects or things or persons. Understand? When you are frustrated, suddenly you will have so much of possessiveness to the property you have, or the car you have, or the bank balance you have, or the persons in your life. You will just suffocate the objects and persons who are part of your life. I tell you. Let the car be in garage, not in you. Let things be in their place. Your inner space should have place only for completion and joy. The bliss. The moment you start cognizing frustration with yourself, the first thing you do, then I don't have anything in the life. Come on, catch. Like an octopus. The wealth you have, persons who are in your life, when that grabbing starts, understand, it feeds into your frustration. It doesn't heal your frustration. I have never seen anybody healing their frustration by grabbing and possessing. No. It doesn't. It doesn't. Understand, the mother energy, completion with mother and connecting with life as mother, bringing motherliness in your every relationship, not only connecting with the source of life as mother, for whoever you are source of life, letting them connect with you as mother. That's what I said. Be a child to your source and be a mother to all the people to whom you are a source.
For example, love is related to your heart center. You may ask how. Around the world, in all the culture, in all the language, love and heart are used as synonymous. Love and heart are used as synonymous. Not only in English language, in every language. Any of you who knows some language in which the love and heart is not synonymous? Can tell me. Because more than 50-60 language I referred, in every language it is synonymous. Love and heart, two words are used as synonymous. It is not that God has created all languages in one day, CD translation packages, and dropped in one country. No. Every language is developed, different languages are developed by different person in different place, in different country, in different situation. Then why love and the heart, these two words are synonymous in all the language, in all tradition? There is some more deep connection between these two, love and heart. If you see some of your childhood friend, suddenly, surprisingly, you see him or her after 20 years with whom you have a loving memories. Suddenly you will feel something is happening in this region, something will be coming up. That is what is love. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I see you, I start weeping. Many people will, oh, again. Some weep out of love, that is different. When you see somebody with whom you have loving memories, cherished memories, joyful memories, just your heart overflows. You can feel exactly in this region something happening. How many of you have felt that when you meet somebody, when you see somebody after a long time, that something will be happening here? People who are attending second time, please give chance for the first time. Let them all relate with me. You can very clearly feel that something is happening in the Anahata region. Always tell, love is a peacemaker. If you have the peacemaker, you don't need pacemaker. When you don't have peacemaker, you need pacemaker. Love is a emotion which is related to the Anahata center, Heart chakra.
Any root pattern you carry can be destroyed just if you have a love for people. Decide to go on enriching everybody who is happening in your life. Decide life is for others. It may be your father, mother, brother, sister, a person in the street, unknown co-passenger in the train, whoever is in your breathing space, life is for others. As long as you are stuck with your small problems, you will see poverty is sitting on your head. As long as, I tell you, there are so many people, unfortunately, is not interested in looking to the truth. Vivekananda says very beautifully, when you think and understand life is for others, all the energies are showered on you. Wealth, knowledge, energy, everything. I tell you from my own experience, when I decided any wealth comes around me is for others, cosmos showers me more than what I need and more than what I needed for even doing the work I am doing. Same way I decided, all my knowledge is for others. I am not going to keep anything secret for me. I am not going to keep anything for me. Oh, if I tell everything to my disciples, then they will grow more than me. I am very secure about that. No, I don't have that problem. So all my knowledge is for others. And I tell you, cosmos goes on showering, showering, showering. It goes on showering. Even I do not know how I am defining every principle, every concept. Just decide, life is for others. You will get back to the space you were in when you were born. I'll tell you the story of my completion. See, when I left the house, I think it was 17 and a half. Many times I ran away from the house, and 17 and a half, once for all I ran away. And I think when I was 17, both my gurus, Raghupati Yogi, Yogi Yogananda Puri, his name, and Vibhudananda Puri, lady sannyasini, Kuppammal, her name, both of them have passed away. After they left the body, it was almost like impossible for me to live in that city. See, in that town, every stone is associated with their memories for me. The hill is the place where I spend my time. Temple is the place I spend my time. It's always with them. After their death, it was very difficult for me to live in that area, in that same town. So I decided that I'll leave the place. Now only we call it as town and all. In those days, it was a Pakka village. Pakka village. The whole village is only 5 streets. 5 streets are maximum, I can say 10. 5 to 10, not more than that. Now, of course, the whole thing is developed and expanded and all that is. I could not live in Tiruvannamalai, so I decided to leave the house. I had the darshan of Ramakrishna suddenly, so I decided to go to Ramakrishna Mission and sannyasi. But I know very clearly I am not going to stay in their organization. I may go and receive sannyas and continue my yatra. That was my decision, my thinking, hope. So one day, it was a Sunday, Saturday night, Sunday morning, I saw very vividly Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi appearing, and they appeared, and I asked Ramakrishna, please initiate me. And he smiled and said, showing Sharada Devi, she is the specialist in all this. And I told Sharada Devi, you initiate me. Then I saw very clearly she put her hand on my head and both of them entered into my body and disappeared. So I decided, it gave me a lot of courage and strength to take up sannyas, leave the house. I can say that this was the immediate reason. So I decided I am going to leave the house. And after the decision, I was in the temple thinking. After this dream, I went to temple and whole day I was sitting and thinking. Even next day I was sitting and thinking what to do. Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, third day, evening I came to my mother. I sat on the door frame. She sat one step below. If any of you talk to my mother, you will understand. Sometimes people ask her, what's the difference you find Swamiji as your son and now? Even I asked her once. She says, I don't find any difference, Swamiji, because even in those days we treated you like this only. We treated you like this only. She will never sit equal to me. And one step below she was sitting. And I was very close with her. Very loving, and I never had any hatred. Very loving. Many times, when I get time, I will go and sit in kitchen with her. She will be cooking, I will be sitting and telling some stories. Had a very friendly relationship with her. And literally, till I left the house, I'll always be sleeping next to her. I think if you are from the Western culture, it will be shocking. You will not be able to understand. In Indian tradition, we don't have even the idea of the child abuse. So always, as kids, I think now when I listen to the stories, I understand that nowadays, even at the age of 10 or 6, 7, even much earlier, the kids are made to sleep separately. Till I left the house, I will always be sleeping next to her only, holding her. And another one thing, after my enlightenment, from the age of 12, I started this pattern of bedwetting. 10 years I was bedwetting. Later on I found out what was the reason. The kids will have bedwetting, you have heard. But when I was a child, it did not happen. At the age of 12, it started. See, after the enlightenment, every night, the consciousness falls into samadhi. So the message from bladder to brain does not go. That bladder is full and brain does not act. It's in some other state. So I don't get up. Every morning she has to get up and wash the sari and dry the bed in the first floor. It's a routine, but she won't complain even a single day. Single day she won't complain. So I called her and said, I was sitting and I said, I was looking away from her, not looking at her, looking away from her and said, Mom, Swami is going to become a sannyasi. I won't address as me. Only recently I started using this I and me. If you see even my earlier discourses, you will not see anywhere this I and me. It's Ramakrishna style. And only very recently only I started using I and mine. I, me, all these words. Otherwise I will tell only Swami. Swami. Even to tell about me, I will tell only Swami. So, if you talk to our Gurukul kids, even they will not say I and me. They will only tell the name. Because I am talking to people, otherwise people get confused. If I go on telling the story, Swami, Swami, Swami told, Swami did, Swami this, then finally they ask which Swami. They end up in confusion. That is why I have started using the word normally. Anyhow, I told her, in Tamil I said, Swami sannyasam போறதுன்னு முடிவு பண்ணிருச்சு. I told her that Swami has decided to go as a sannyasi. And I am looking away from her. And I don't have the courage to look at her because I am emotionally very attached with her. Very attached to her. So, I can't handle. So I was looking, my eyes were away. See, even though I was attached to her, I was complete with her. And I was complete with me. So it did not stop me going towards sannyas. But I had a very good relationship with her. I don't know how you guys will understand. Understand that attachment does not mean like the attachment you guys carry, that I will not be able to go for sannyas. It was not against my need or will for going to sannyas. But I cannot see her cry, see her suffer. So I was keeping my eyes away, looking away from her. I did not get any response from her. No words. After a few minutes, as usual, what women will do? Oh! And I am getting that slowly, that sound of she crying. Even then, I did not turn my eyes towards her. And I said, what do you mean? You mean to say I should not go? She said, no, I can't stop you. I am not able to handle, so I am crying. She said such beautifully, I can't stop you. In Tamil she said, சாமி என்னால் நிறுத்த முடியாது, என்னால் ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியல, அழறேன். எனக்கு தாங்கல, அழறேன். Then she hugged me, and usually I am a very I will be so happy and comfortable with my mother. Even while I am sitting in the kitchen, I will be only putting my hands on her shoulder and talking. I was very comfortable. So I will never miss a chance to hug her. This hugging, I think, I learned from my mother only. Now I tell you really, if you are complete with your mother, all women in your life, the relationship will be so complete. If you are complete with father, all men in your life, the relationship will be complete. I was so complete with my mother, but when she hugged me, I did not even hug her back, and before she could be complete with that hug, I moved my body. She understood, I don't want her to hug me now. She understood, I'm moving out. She just took her hands off and she moved, and she was wiping the ears and crying. Immediately my father came from behind and said, my father was actually shouting at my mother, did you disturb Swami in some way? Why is Swami suddenly telling he is leaving the house? We are after all taking care of him nicely. And he has no courage to talk to me directly. I turned back. I asked him, now to whom are you talking? He just kept quiet. No, I did not tell anything. And he went away. And then the drama started. Of course, when I pushed her away, in the half hug, I could see very clearly part of my bio-memory was incomplete. Please understand, part of me was incomplete. See, if she fought with me, I would not have had incompletion. You are fighting with me, come on, I will fight with you, over. She never fought with me. So I could have allowed her to hug me, means I could have done a little more care, with a little more sensitivity, with a little more love, because she is not asking me, don't go. You understand? She is not telling, don't go for sannyas. But I was afraid, if I give her the love or attention or care, I may not go. I may not be able to go. So I can say that it was more, the incompletion was created with her, more because of my self-doubt about me. Then, finally, next day morning, I can see the whole village is in front of my house. It's a very tight-knit community, small village, tight-knit community. I can say it's one large family, that's all. The whole village. At least that whole area. I've seen in those days, in every house in the puja room, there will be one old man's photo. I asked my grandmother, who is this Swami? She said, no, he is your grandfather. I asked then, why his photo is in every house? She said, for all the house, he is the grandfather. So, no other entertainment. They will have 2-3 wives and no TV also those days. This is the only entertainment. Each house will have half a dozen to dozen. Zamindar means landlords. And I have seen the original house was 80,000 square feet. But when I was born and a lot was sold. They will part by part they sold. But the original house print, I saw in the town plan, still one small bit is there as it is. I am trying to buy, these fellows are not giving me. Just to make like a memorial, one bit, same construction is there as it is, the stone construction and the teak wood. Any of you have seen that kind of houses? Soon you will see in Biddi, we are building, we are going to do 4 or 5. It's a typical old style house. It's a tight-knit family, the whole family is there. Usually if somebody dies, their body will be kept in the hall, the sofa, and the whole family will gather. See, this family is such that every month somebody will be attending the age, some engagement, some marriage, some death. Every once in 2-3 months there will be some festival, some program, some function. It will be continuously going on. That day when I woke up, I saw so much of crowd. I thought, who died? Because there's no other function. I asked my mother, what happened? Anybody died? All of them have gathered? All the relatives are there? She told me, no, they all came to see you only. I said, I am alive. Then she said, no, because you said you are going to become a sannyasi, they all came to see you. And literally, like a dead body, I was made to sit on the sofa in the center of the room, hall. It's called Nadu Kottadi. They call it Nadu Kottadi. And in the center I am sitting. All the group, the whole group is sitting all around. And some who doesn't have courage, they talk among themselves. Some who has a courage try to confront me. One by one comes. And first comes my father's elder brother's wife, Periyamma, means aunt. She comes. What will happen to our family prestige if you become a sannyasi? And the funny thing is, night I told my mother, by early morning the whole village knows. Before I wake up, the whole village is there. There are nearby relatives. In those days, cell phone was not that common also. All the other villages also information has gone. They are all on the way. And you need to know, 2 families sat and already saw a girl for me. Usually in this tight-knit families, if a boy is born, immediately they will tie a girl. The mama ponnu, atta ponnu, edavadhu one tie panni vechiruvaanga. So they already decided. They are seeing the time, right, muhurtam. And all of them have to sit and convince me. And I am a 17.5-year-old boy. And they will finish the marriage so that I cannot run away and become a sannyasi. And so all this is going on. And she comes, see what will happen to the prestige, family prestige. And I cannot live. If you run away like this and all, whole village will talk, everyone will talk about us. And now only we are having little prestige and family is all settling down. She has 2 daughters. And who will marry my 2 daughters if you run away and become a sannyasi? After all, they are my cousin sisters only. If you run away and become sannyasi, nobody will marry my daughters. I will hang with the sari on the fan. She told in Tamil. Shalai katti fan la thongiruven appadinu. I will hang myself in the sari on the fan. I slowly looked at her and said, she used to be very heavy. And I said, for your weight, the sari will tear, fan will break. you better use the rope on the Uttaram. Uttaram is the beam. You use the rope and hang yourself in the Uttaram. Surely you will die. That's it. And immediately she got angry. What? You are asking me to die? You are asking me to die? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. That's what I told her. I'm going. I told her. That is what I am telling. I am going. Then comes the next guy. If you are from South India, you can literally enjoy the whole scene. You can visualize the whole scene and see. These fellows are so bothered about what others will talk about us. The whole life goes with that only. And then comes my uncle, means my father's sister's husband. Mama, my uncle, he comes. We are all living in the house and living a spiritual life. Are we all not living a spiritual life? Why don't you do that? Why do you want to leave the house? He's a drunkard. He's alcoholic. So, but I used to have a lot of respect for him. I just put my hands like this only and stood up from the sofa. In Tamil I said, Ada loose. That's the way I started. The loose. நீ காலைல எந்திரிச்ச உடனே சாராயிரம்னா மூஞ்சி கழுவுற, உனக்கு ஆன்மீகத்துக்கு என்னடா சம்பந்தம்? I spoke in singular. I used to be very respectful, but that day all my kundalini was up and alive. And I said, hey, fool. Loose is fool is not the right word. You understand as loose itself. Loose. You early morning, you wash your face only with the alcohol. And what kind of spirituality you are talking about? He was so angry because in public, in front of everyone, I told he is alcoholic. Because in the village and all, even if they drink, they will be very secretly, they will drink. And they will not drink in the house and all, they will drink and come and they will have a backside door, they will slowly enter. And that time only that cat will fall on them. It will be very secret. It will not be known to others, especially to kids. In front of public, no one will speak. And even the relatives will not sit together and drink. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. In the alcohol shop, even if they meet each other, they will put the towel and cover the face. And because I told him that he is alcoholic in front of the whole group, that's it. Hey, you told me I am a drunkard? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. I said, that is what I am telling. And second wicket over. So like this, few more wickets came. So once I finished everything, now everyone understands if you go there, all your respect, manam, maryada, ellam poirum. They understood. I am not going to bother about anybody. The way I was answering or talking, they all are very clear that now nothing can be done. They all kept quiet. And then some more relatives, whoever need to come. 3 days, the whole house was full of these relatives. Some trying to convince me. Some from distance itself they will talk. And the way I answered, they got so frightened. Actually, my uncle's daughter only they were planning. This same guy only I said, you are a drunkard. That's it. Now I means I will not give my daughter to you. Who asked? I never asked. You planned. What can I do? And then they were planning these, that, and they tried to call my college friends and whether they will be able to give any advice to me. And nothing worked out. Finally, third day, Wednesday I told them, and Thursday, Friday. And of course, even Saturday I was there. Friday, Saturday I did not stay in the house, I went out. Sunday I left the house, that's all. Next Sunday I left the house. After that, there was no contact between me and them. They heard once I am in Ramakrishna Mutt, and when they came, I just saw them from distance and went away. That's all. And anyhow, I left the house and traveled and had different experiences, saw the different monks and sannyasis, everything, and had my realization, my, my life mission, everything. And when I had that experience at the age of 22, that I am an incarnation to transmit this experience, my body and mind is prepared for it. After that experience, it took 9 months for me to settle down normally. If I move the right hand, left hand will not move. If I move the left hand, right leg will not move. The coordination will not be there. If I speak, everything will be stopped. That's the way body was functioning. To settle down and become normal, it took 9 months. So when I settled into the body and became normal, the first thing I felt is I have to complete that biomemory which was left in me as incomplete. So I went back to Tiruvannamalai. Actually, that time I was staying in a place called Kanchipuram, near Kanchipuram, a place called Perukkaranai. And there they take stones for making deities. So there are artificial caves where they removed the stones, quarried the stones. I was staying in one of those caves. Then when I decided, I wanted to complete with her. When I felt I should complete with her, immediately I went back to Tiruvannamalai. I went to the house where they were staying. There I saw nobody is there. And somebody else is having shops. I went there and asked, I wanted to see Arunachalam and Loganai, my father and mother's name. They said, no, they are not here. They went away. I asked, it is their own house? They said, no. 8 years before they sold this house. They went away. I asked them, where are they? Do you know the address? They said, we don't know where they are. We don't even know whether they are in Tiruvannamalai. We don't have any idea. When I was inquiring, they thought that I am coming there for food, because my mother had a wonderful habit, which is from my grandfather. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus and get them and give them food. My grandmother also had this pattern. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus from the temple and get them, give them food, only then she will eat. My father's mother and mother's father, both of them had this habit. So sadhus will come regularly to have food. So these guys thought I came for food. So they said, we will give you food. I said, no, I just wanted to meet them, that's why I came. So I do not know now where they are. I went to temple and sat there. It's already maybe around night 8 o'clock. I thought in the temple at least some of the friends or relatives will come. I'll see them or they will see me, then I'll ask them. When I was sitting in the temple, first time after 9 months, I felt the hunger. Because I settled into the body. That was the exact day I settled into the body. It was Deepavali day. And I settled into the body. And I think next day to Deepavali, Amavasya, I went to Tiruvannamalai. First time then I thought, what is this? In the stomach something is going on. Then I realized, oh God, it's hunger. Because the 9 months, hunger, thirst, everything disappeared from the body. All human activities have disappeared from the body. No one too. Means when nothing goes inside, how anything can come out? And even if we eat little bit, I think whether it's completely gets assimilated, I don't know. So first time I felt the hunger after the 9 months. So I was sitting in Tiruvannamalai. It was funny, sitting in Tiruvannamalai, hunger and no food. But immediately, in few minutes, I could see the power of space. The Devi temple priest, he walked straight from the Devi temple and gave the food to me, Nevedyam. I asked him, no, why are you giving it to me? To whom you want to give? Maybe you wanted to give for somebody else and you are mistaking and giving. I told him in Tamil, எனக்கு எது கொடுக்குறீங்க? நீங்க வேற யாரையோ நினைச்சிட்டு எனக்கு கொடுக்குறீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Then he looked at me and said, no, eat, and went away. After I ate and washed the hands and I was sitting, from distance I saw one young man, saw me and started running. Then I know it's my classmate. From distance I recognized. He also recognized me. He thought if he comes near me, I'll run away. So he wants to inform my parents first. He ran and told my mother and father. In 10 minutes I saw in my vision space one face coming and standing. My mother came and stood. And she was afraid to talk to me. She recognized me and she's standing. I turned my face and the moment I recognized her, I gave my wide smile and asked her, how are you, Ma? The moment she saw a smile in my face, she thought, yes, she can communicate. She can relate. And immediately, tears started rolling in her eyes because she's seeing me maybe, 7, 8 years or after that. When I left, I'm a kid, now a sannyasi, shaved head, tall, shining face and sharp eyes, lean. Those days I used to be shaved head. And she was standing with tears. Actually, first I only stood up and pulled her and hugged her. And she started crying, putting her head on my shoulder. Cried, maybe for 10 minutes. I just allowed. When she felt complete and took her body out, I saw my incompleteness disappeared. The incompletion which was in me, in my biomemory, disappeared. Understand? The one hug, incomplete hug, which I separated my body, where I pulled myself out, that incompletion, which was in my biomemory, became complete when I hugged her again and allowed her to express the love. Then she said, please come and eat in the house. I said, now I am a sannyasi. If you give Purna Kumbha and offer the food in the banana leaf, like yesterday we served, I'll come and eat. She said, yes, I'll do. Next day she did all that ritual and I went and ate and came back. The moral of the story is, even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete. Understand? Even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete.
I actually saw half the participants, like every one of you. Vani, I saw how you were laughing and enjoying the whole story. So beautiful, right? The way Swamiji described, literally, like Swamiji said, we all could see the scene when the relatives are all coming and trying to convince Swamiji why Swamiji should not go. And, how Swamiji went. Ma Navamani was enjoying her heart out of this video. I saw she was laughing. Yes. Actually, this whole experience, it's just so beautiful, right? The completion with mother. Swamiji said, even as an incarnation, Swamiji's, the completion with mother was so important for Swamiji. Even as an incarnation, Swamiji had to do the completion for that last fulfillment. After enlightenment, also there was something still left. But when that hug with the mother happened, even that aspect got completed so beautifully. Swamiji's like, the way Swamiji explained, it's just too beautiful.
So it explains to us the importance of completion. How important completion is and how you can physically feel the completion. Actually, many times our skin diseases and our internal organs, any issues with the body, all of these are directly related to the incompletions we have with our mother and father. When we experience completion and fulfillment with them, you will suddenly see so much of health, so much of fulfillment manifesting through you. Something really, really, really phenomenal is how Swamiji helps us all to achieve this deeper completion with our mother. And that is what all of us are going to be doing. When you are completing, when you are doing the completion process, you will suddenly see something so like the heaviness that you don't even realize that you're holding on to will suddenly leave you. You'll feel so much of lightness, so much of fulfillment, love oozing out of you. Now, exactly like how Swamiji described, shall we all also experience the completion with Mother? Are you all ready? Wonderful. Actually, right after this exercise, we are going to have a very powerful meditation technique. If you want to invite anyone to attend the program today, you can call them even now so that they don't miss out the meditation. Take a few minutes and quickly leave a message to them. The meditation that we will be doing right after this completion process would be the Anahata Chakra meditation. So it's very, very, very powerful. So now let's enter into the internalization exercise where we are going to be doing the completion with Mother. Now we all did this process of completion with others, right? Just before the session. What did we realize in that? What are the clicks that each of you had in that session? Can you all take a few minutes and post that in the chat? What are the clicks that you have? When you did the previous session, what are the clicks you had when you did the completion with others? Take a few minutes and share that with us. Ma Rainey is saying she feels so culturally connected. It's, yes, yeah, that is profound to know even Avatar. Ma Rainey, see, understand one thing. All the Leelas that Swamiji does is just to show us that, hey, no matter what, no matter where you come from, whatever your background might be, whatever you might have gone through, no matter who you are Paramashiva. You have the possibility to experience this ultimate. You have the possibility to experience this fulfillment. Wow. Mohini Lata is saying, after 6 years, I spoke like I feel so different connected to my brother. He is there for me.
Is completion. Actually, today it's very nice to see so many of you. Even another person had posted that, her experience with the completion with her husband. I think it's Ma Sarju Pandit, right? How she had that experience of completion with her husband. Understand, so many relationships, just with some silly incompletion we carry. We make such like life-changing decisions with that, and we like suffer so much. And today it is really, really beautiful to see how each of you will be, how each of you are experiencing that breakthrough.
Marene, what I wanted to actually tell you was that the Leelas that Swamiji does is to show us that no matter who you are, what walk of life you're from, you are the ultimate. God is in you. You are Paramashiva. You are ultimately supremely powerful. And this powerfulness will not invoke any kind of arrogance or invoke any kind of violence in you. Don't worry. This powerfulness is rooted in completion, which will only bring you so much of fulfillment and love. You'll see day by day how you would suddenly start overflowing with tremendous love. That love energy overflowing through you, fulfilling you, and manifesting as love for the Master. Now, let's all do the process. The first step for this, you're going to be writing down. I request you all, please take your paper and pen. First step, write down the relationship that you have with your mother. Describe it in a few words. How is your relationship with your mother? Please take a few minutes. Write this down sincerely. What kind of a relationship do you have with her? When I say describe your relationship, it means like describing the way, like for example, I feel that I have not been a good daughter to her, good son to her, or I feel that I should have helped her more. You feel that your relationship with her is not really strong. You feel a lot more completion is needed. Or you feel that she doesn't like you. Whatever is a relationship. Now, go back in your life and describe all the incidents when you started judging or having incompletions with her. Describe what actually happened, what she actually said, or what she actually did, which is the world, and how you experienced it, which is your my world. Pen down all the incidents that you remember. Take a few minutes and please start writing this down. If you have any doubts you have, feel free to ask us, but please start writing down. I actually request everyone, see, don't go off to any other step. Just do this first step. In the slides, you'll see as first 4 steps. Just write that down. Ma Sally is asking, what if she has passed away already? No problem, Ma. See, Ma Sally, understand one thing. Even if she has passed away, understand, even if she has passed away, the impact that she has on you is still there. So do this process.
Even if the mother has passed away, you can complete with her photograph. Understand, every relationship, there are 2 parts. One is that person, one is your mother. But there's a part of your mother which lives in you. your attachment, your incompletions, everything is an extension of her which is living in you. So you have to complete it and liberate it. Then in whichever body your mother is, she will also experience a certain breakthrough suddenly. So even if your mother is not in the body physically, you can complete with the photograph. Step 1 to 4. Sarika Chuni is asking a question. Ma, how do you know if how do you know when I have completed with my mom? As a long time ago, I accepted her for what she was a long time ago. I have no malice towards her, and indeed understood everything she did for us was in our best, etc. Ma Sarika Chuni. Sorry, Ma Sarika Chuni, possible to come on camera, Ma? See, I just wanted to explain to you, Ma Sarika Chuni, when you are accepting her as she is, good. But that is not going to complete you. That may be helping to bridge your relationship with her, but that will not complete you. So, for you to experience real completion, you actually need to do the completion process. See, understand this. Nithyanandam. See, Masarika Chini, understand one thing. You might have accepted her, you might have understood what she did was right, it was good for you. I mean, all of us realize these things at some point, right? But that is not going to be completing you, because in the childhood or in your time when you did not understand her, the incompletions were from that intelligence. For example, let's say that you asked for a candy and your mom didn't buy a candy and give it to you, and you felt like your friend's mom had bought a candy for her and gave it to her, but not, and your mom didn't buy it for you. So you felt so bad. You felt like she doesn't love you. You felt so unloved. You felt so ununderstood. But then a few weeks later or a few years later, you realized, oh God, what she did was good for me. That candy would have not been good for my health, so she didn't buy it for me. Right. It might give you an understanding.
And because of time, you feel that that has been complete inside you. But unfortunately, the incompletions are still sitting in you. When you remember those incidents, if those incidents are creating a hangover in you, meaning if they trigger any sort of emotions in you, whether it is hurt or guilt, whether it is anger or pain, whatever is the emotion it is getting triggered in you, understand it is that emotion that is getting triggered because of the incompletion. You need to sit and do the completion process so that you are able to liberate yourself from that. Are you understanding, Ma? Ma Sarika Chuni? Sorry, you heard me, Ma? I'm just seeing a comment saying no sound. Did you hear me? Ma Sarika Chuni. Okay, you got it. Thank you, Ma. So sit and complete. See, even for others, whoever even feels that no, my mom is not in her body anymore, don't worry. You can invoke her. First, do the steps. We'll help you, we'll support you, we'll guide you how you should do the completion. Like how so beautifully Swamiji revealed it to us. Let's just sit and do the process. Let Swamiji take care. All right? This will even give you a breakthrough in power manifestation also. Let's sit and do it sincerely.
Thank you.
Nithyanandam, I hope all of you are able to see us and hear us now. Okay, so see now the next step is where you're invoking